Welcome to the SA Church Basketball live stream.
Bella will push the ball down the floor here. He'll run away with him swaddling and drops the floater in transition finally. What a bucket. That was awesome.
We are more than basketball, bringing you today's broadcast of community, faith, and basketball.
Stewart now. Reaches for the dunk. Unbelievable. And he flexes.
Supported by LIFE FM Adelaide.
Great sportsmanship there from Okawelu. And got the steal as well. Unbelievable. But if you can do both, that's amazing. Deserves to finish. That is more than basketball.
It's game time, so let's go live now.
Right there, ladies and gentlemen. That is more than basketball. If you've ever seen it. If you've ever seen it.
Testing 1, 2, 3 here for the Sacba Community 2025 Grand Finals. 4 massive games ahead of us today. Got the Brick Brothers up against the Burnside City Uniting Church in men's 3. And on top of that, we also have the Brighton A versus Lighthouse Lightning A men's 2 grand final, the men's 1 grand final between the 2 rivals, CITYLIGHT and Corner Uniting, and then the youth men's grand final between newcomers Hope Valley Heat and the GREENLIGHT Basketball Club Black Team. And that is going to be 4 sensational games this afternoon with Tristan TP Prentice and James White, and hopefully a couple of special guests as the afternoon comes along. That sounded good on mic 1. And I have a test of mic 2. William, jump on mic 2. Got our crew here, courtesy of Lighthouse Community Church in Tom Batten and William Batten, who are here. Hello, William. G'day. How you going?
Not too bad.
Yep. There we go. We're just trying to get that second mic up and running.
There we go. Doing good.
Beautiful. I can hear you loud and clear, and I think Tom can hear us loud and clear here on the audio test before today's proceedings. And let's have a little look at camera just quickly and see what we've got. And look at that. How beautiful is that? Already got some warm-ups happening down here, although we just need to mirror because at the moment everything's on slight reversal. So let's not mirror the camera. That'd be helpful. And now, there we go. On the right, on the left. And we are ready to go. All right, we're going to leave you, and we'll be back 5 minutes before tip-off at about 12:55. First commentators of the day will be TP and James White. Supported by LIFE FM Adelaide, SA Church Basketball live stream. We are more than basketball, bringing you today's broadcast of community, faith, and basketball.
Great sportsmanship there from Okawelu. And got the steal as well. Unbelievable. But if you can do both, that's amazing. Deserves to finish. That is more than basketball.
Supported by LIFE FM Adelaide.
SA Church Basketball Livestream. We are more than basketball, bringing you today's broadcast of community, faith and basketball.
Great sportsmanship there from Okawelu, and got the steal as well. Unbelievable. But if you can do both, that's amazing. Deserves to finish. That is more than basketball.
Supported by LIFE FM Adelaide.
SA Church Basketball live stream.
We are more than basketball, bringing you today's broadcast of community, faith and basketball.
Great sportsmanship there from Okawelu, and got the steal as well. Unbelievable. But if you do both, that's amazing. Deserves to finish that. He's more than basketball.
Welcome to the SA Church Basketball live stream.
Fallon will push the ball here. He'll run away with him swaddling and drops the floater in transition finally. What a bucket. That was awesome.
We are more than basketball, bringing you today's broadcast of community, faith and basketball.
Let's do it now. Rich for the dunk! Unbelievable! And he flexes.
Supported by LIFE FM Adelaide.
Great sportsmanship there from Okawelu, and got the steal as well. Unbelievable. But if you do both, that's amazing. Deserves to finish that. He's more than basketball.
It's game time, so let's go live now.
Right there, ladies and gentlemen, that is more than basketball. If you've ever seen it. If you've ever seen it.
The Brick Brothers have been in the decider before, a long time ago in the Men's 5 Grand Final Series. With some great players coming into this Men's 3 Grand Final, they come up against Burnside City Uniting, who of course have been regular features of this Grand Final Series, particularly near the top. We're in for a great Grand Final to open today's Sacba Community Finals, thanks to LIFE FM Adelaide. This is Tristan TP Prentice here. Delight to be with you in the House of Hoops. And joining me in commentary for this one this afternoon is none other than my fellow NBL1 compatriot in James White. Good afternoon, James. It's going to be a fantastic game.
Good afternoon, TP. Yes, I'm very familiar with both of these teams. We had Brick Brothers playing in 5, 6, 7 at the start of the season, but quickly got themselves moved up and definitely look for Thomas Bertram, who's been on the Southern Tigers roster in the NBL1 this season, to have a big game. And of course, Burnside, I played a grand final against them myself. They can run a little bit hot and cold, but when they're hot, they're very difficult to stop. And they have a nice range of tall and athletic players in there. that they could give the Brick Brothers some trouble. However, that was quite a dominant win from the Brick Brothers a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it, TP?
It absolutely was. You're talking about that 64-14 win by the Brick Brothers over Burnside. As we have the pre-game prayer circle, which will be happening at 27 grand finals this afternoon here at the State Basketball Centre. And we are ready to go here. It's Luke McGowan and Blake Cranner in the tap. And it's time for the community finals to get underway. And Bertram with the opening pass there, not quite, for Jason Fast. Now, we've had some late number changes here, so bear with us as we try and work out who's who here. So Lehman, shot there, not quite. Taken back here by the Brick Brothers. Here's Bertram again. Going up strong and draws the foul. There's Tom Bertram, who of course played some NBL 1 last season. And he is going to be a prominent player in this game this afternoon, James.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as well to work out who's on him, of course, because the both teams typically wear black jerseys, and we've got the Brick Brothers in the inside-out jerseys. They don't have a typical clash strip, so it'll be an interesting game and see how that goes. You can sort of make out some of the numbers on the inside of them, but then there are others which just look plain white out there.
Well, I know that's Luke McGowan because I've matched up against him numerous times in the church competition. And it's taken here by Cranner, who couldn't quite get his. Jarman for two. Good finish there from Jarman.
Yes, of course, we talked about Bertram, but there's plenty of good players on this Brick Brothers team. I can tell you that when they were in the 5, 6, 7 at the start of the season, Bertram didn't play and we still lost to them by 20. So a very strong lineup, and they're already looking to hit the scoreboard nice and early, and it's 6-0.
Bertram. Sorry to interrupt you there, James, as Bertram gets his 4th point of this game already. Well, it might actually be 3rd point. I'm going to keep track of these points. Didn't have as...
I think it's 4 because I had the 2-point field goal in between.
Yes, I think you're right about that. I think that's Wheaton there for 2. Lehman gets after it. Driving hard is number 21 for... In fact, it's 41 in Tim Wheaton, I reckon it is. We'll go to the free throw line for a couple here.
That would sound about right. I do believe his regular number is 41 from having played against him in the past. And a couple of, I reckon it'd be 3 seasons ago, year and a half ago, was probably the MVP of the grand final that we had against him. We played them earlier in the season and he didn't play. We won quite comfortably. And then he came up against us in the grand final. We didn't really know who he was, and that was a big X factor.
So it was Jordan Lehman that got that one. So he's averaging 15 points this season in men's 3. You can't quite get that one as got one shot to come here. The referees in this game, Mark Jackson, and I believe that is...
Yolana Dixon.
Thank you very much. I was thinking Dixon. I just couldn't remember the first name. How can I forget Yolana, honestly? Well, maybe my mind's elsewhere today, James, of course. I do have a grand final coming up there after this, 2nd game of the afternoon.
Well, this is my first afternoon on SA Church League where I haven't had to worry about that, so I could just key in on the games in front of me.
I've had plenty of those, James. I have had plenty of those. My team has struggled to get near the top, but we've worked our way up in recent years. Here's Jarman looking for action here on the perimeter. Up strong, can't get it. Bertram, not quite. Oh, tips it to, I think it was Fast. And that was a nice score there. Great start here for BB against BCUC, of course, this afternoon. Lehman, open. Oh, just couldn't get the finish. Now Bertram off and running in transition, back the other way. Strong here from Bertram. Oh, he looks in great touch at the moment, does the birdie, who is flying at the moment, James.
Yeah, it's typically with a player like him, you'd think maybe you go a box and 1 and try and make somebody else score, but they also have other scorers around him. So it's a tough dynamic. It's pick your poison. You either take your chances in your system and hope that he doesn't go off, or you take him out of the game and hope that the other players have an off day.
McGowan to the right on that last one, not quite. Taken here by Cranner. Well, Bertram again. They are doubling him now, like you said. And he comes up short on that one. Taking him by fast. Hatswell was available, and fouled there was Bertram once again.
Yeah, a bit of a wink there. He's well and truly locked in, isn't he?
Number one there for Isaac Roach, of course. Now, there's another player I've had some battles with over the years, James, at the 4-5 level. Isaac Roach.
Yeah, he's got
a prominent rebounder for the Burnside team.
He got a bit of a mid-range jump shot there as well, if I remember rightly.
He does indeed. You're right about that.
So matchup-wise, I was actually going to go back to one that you mentioned before. I think Luke McGowan is probably the best matchup for Bertrand. I've gone up against him before, and knowing he's tall, athletic, and sneaky strong, even though he's not heavily built. But, yeah, we'll see how we go.
11-2 here. Hopefully you can see the scoreboard on our chat. Our production team doing a fantastic job updating you on the scores, doing the camera work, so we can concentrate on calling the action here. As Burnside have it again. Here's Lehman again with the ball in hand. Gets it back. Drives hard. Just comes up a bit short. On that, Hatswell. Back the other way here to Fast. Now to Jarman. Jarman making work. Can't get it. Now back the other way come Burnside. Hatswell again. And I wonder if he's watching this afternoon, but Micah Pryor, of course, has been a big part of the Burnside team for multiple years. There's Cranner on the left. Oh, we've seen that a few times this season from Blake Cranner.
Yeah, Micah Pryor, probably the heart and soul of the team, I would say, isn't he? You know, if the game starts to get a bit tight and a bit physical, you know that he's going to be in there somewhere.
Lehman takes it again. Now McGowan on the left. That's a nice move from McGowan. Just came up a bit strong. Up on that backboard. Taken back the other way. Oh, nice finish on the inside from Bertram. And I think we've got a timeout here in the way of Burnside. This is looking a lot like the qualifying final a few weeks ago so far. 14-2. They're on top at the moment, the Brick Brothers. And they're doing a great job. And Burnside need an answer. 13 minutes and 7 seconds to go here in this opening term, James. Or opening half, I should say, here in Church Basketball, of course. 2 20-minute halves, as we know.
Yeah, they definitely do. You mentioned Michael Pryor. It looks like they got another player out as well, so they're a little bit undermanned going into today. Of course, done a great job to get to the grand final, but without a full-strength team, it's going to be a really, really tough game for them. And the Brick Brothers have already started to put Burnside to the sword. So, yeah, it's a real hard one because, you know, there are some things that we could suggest that Burnside should do to try and get themselves back in the game, but we feel like, you know, for whatever they do, they're going to give up something else. I think the main thing they have to do at the moment is focus on trying and get scoring because we know that they we know that they can light it up when they get going. They tend to score in bunches, so they'll hit 6 in a row or they'll miss 6 in a row or whatever, and they just need a patch right now where they do manage to knock down some shots. If there is a weakness of the Brick Brothers, it is that they have a smaller squad. They try and keep themselves fresh for offense, so their defense isn't always massively on point. They usually protect the ring pretty well, but you can get on top of them from mid-range and outside, and I think that's what BC have got to do.
McGowan has it after the timeout. Great analysis there from James Boyd, of course, one of the high-quality people that analyse things, of course, for the NBL 1 in the Central season. And like we say, we're going to see some NBL 1 Central players today in these games. A couple of the more sort of, I guess you call, like, you know, the reserves, the backup training players, but I think that's one of the wonderful things about this competition is the depth of talent that comes through the top divisions. Of course, CityLight and Corner will be playing off for the John Hurd Cup later in the day, one of the prestigious awards.
Yeah, how many grand finals is that in a row now they're playing each other?
It's been a few. I think only broken up by the St. Peter's Old Collegians a couple of years ago in 2023. It was Well, the history coming into this one is that there's been a few in the men's 3 side of things that have won it at different times. So Burnside won it about, I think it was about 4 years ago. And as you've noticed, like, you know, we did have a change of court today, so you would have seen on the socials that we were going to have another game here on court 5. They got moved to court 4 on the app, as you've seen. So got a game here on court 5 that's been moved from court 4. So didn't get a huge amount of time to prepare for this one today, James, but luckily we know these teams pretty well as Bertram comes up with it.
Yeah, we can definitely make it work.
100% on that one. It's well played there.
I can imagine the Div 3 competition being pretty fluent because some teams would go up and play Div 1 too, depending on who they have in their team in a specific season. Not all players would be able to play every game every season. And so there may be some teams coming from the lower ranks of Div 1 who are at the top of Div 3, but then another season they might go up and that opens up the opportunity for somebody else.
So got a blocking foul here on Cranner. I think Lehman for 3. Got it! Just got the friendly roll off the cylinder.
There's that perimeter shot, and immediately the Brick Brothers out in transition.
And Cranner, I'm just going to check what happened here. So Cranner and Mark Jacks are just having a quick chat just to find out what happened. So 2 points count. So 2 points count, and I think foul was on Cranner potentially. Hard to tell.
No official foul called. It looked like he was going to call one, but...
Nearly, and Bertram using the forearm there. It looks like Jason Fast about to check into the game. So a couple of shots here for... It's Lehman again. Oh, no, it's not Lehman. It's Roach. Of course it's Roach. With the shots here.
Next sub bench.
Roach makes that one. So score 20-7 here. 13 points the margin. Halfway through the first half. So essentially we're a quarter down. Bertram for 3. Never looked like missing. Didn't even touch the sides of the rim, James. And in it goes.
No, he's just getting everything he wants at the moment, and the team's playing really well around him. It's a case of having a dominant star player with a team that is extremely well built around him.
There's driving here, Cranner. Floats it in. So 25-7.
To think these guys were playing Div 5 at the start of the season.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it? Well, that's where they were when they played a couple of seasons ago, of course. This Brick Brothers team made up of multiple players from lots of different churches. Just trying to remember a couple of years ago, the team that they had.
But they're not very well named because I don't see them brick very often. I do see the occasional air ball once or two again.
Antithesis, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a classic misnomer, psych out the other team. Sort of like when you come up against a team called the Benchwarmers and they have 5 players.
100% on that one. As foul is on Addison Martin. And coming out of the game will be Cody Martin, I think. Like I said, a bit hard to tell with these Burnside players who's who, but we'll work our way through it, luckily. But that's the thing about this Burnside team. There's a lot of new faces this year. And I know a few of these, James, are connected to another church as well. So they're connected to the Spring Park Baptist around the Ascot Park region. So there's a few that have come through there to help support the Burnside men's team.
Yeah, there's a few who look familiar, but I actually remember them being a bit taller.
As McGowan for 2. Can't get it. Floats it up and in.
I reckon they've had some taller lineups in the past.
Here's Cranner now. Out wide to Fast. Oh, Fast. Couldn't get the finish. Cranner got the resulting boards, and he's been dominant, Cranner. He's averaging over 20-plus points per game this season. Not surprising, really, considering how deep he went into an NBL 1 roster a few years ago. Cranner again. McGowan for 2. Couldn't get it. Bertram out the back door, goes fast. That was indeed like his name.
Yeah, no misnomer there for sure.
It was fast transition, courtesy of Bertram. As an attempt there from Cody Martin. No good. 29-7 here. Bertram, no look pass here, looking for Hatswell, I think it was. In fact, it was double. Kicks it wider here to Cranner. Cranner, the open 3. Oh, he's just so good when his feet are set. You just cannot leave that man open, James.
No, you can't. And his game is extremely well-rounded. Probably not as much of a power player as Thomas Bertram, but his fluidity is second to none and very effective. We might even see a dunk or two from him at some point.
And their transition game at the moment is right at the moment. The Brick Brothers, we got a timeout going the way of Burnside. And the Brick Brothers are running right at the moment. Absolutely right. But we know that this Burnside team, what they love to do is get it into the paint and get it into a half-court game. And that's exactly the opposite to what the Brick Brothers are doing.
No, it's just total run and gun. Yeah, the Brick Brothers, from memory, used to make a living out of the mid-range. But they haven't really been able to hit that spot today. The Brick Brothers have cut it off really well and forcing some difficult shots, and then they're just rolling in transition. There's always 2 or 3 ahead of the play.
100% on that one. Now, James, we were originally going to have one of our women's games on this court today, but we did have a fixture change very late in the piece. But how good is it to see 12 women's teams playing in the competition on a Saturday afternoon from lots of different churches? I mean, I remember a few years ago where we didn't have that many women's teams, maybe like 6 in summer, for an example. Mm-hmm. We might have been lucky to have 6 to 8 in the winter season. It's really grown over the last couple of years, the women's program here at SA Church Basketball.
Yeah, was it only last year that they had 5 teams? I don't think they even had a full final series.
Yeah,
they were still playing a regular season game in the last week of, in the first week of finals, regular season. So I was a little surprised when I saw there were that many teams on there, but it is fantastic because we want to have full representation where possible.
And what's really great is that a lot of those women have that opportunity to go and represent church basketball over in the New Year Classic in Perth, of course, in the B women's team, and also in the A women's team if they make that grade as well. A lot of very, very good NBL 1 players in that A grade. So we get back to the action here, 34-7. We'll give you some details about how you can get to Perth in 2026 and join the New Year Classic South Australian team. We got a ball in the court. Oh, just as Jarman was going for home.
It's probably about the only way you can stop a Jarman in the grand final, isn't it?
I didn't want to mention it.
It's Jarman time.
Well, a couple of years ago, we did do a Brick Brothers grand final. It came out a few times. So, but I mean, it's there. So, got to take it when it's there. Bertram now driving. Great move from Bertram. He's just so good at being able to get along that baseline.
Well, it wasn't forced. It happened.
That's right. It's always good. It's always good when something comes up natural.
Yeah,
doesn't it, James?
Mm-hmm.
So to the line here, Tom Bertram. So you mentioned he's had a very good year with the with the Brick Brothers team. Oh dear, there's my first hash of the day.
That's all right. That's because I'm sitting here. He didn't even play in that game.
Just having a look at his stats, Tom Bertram. 13.8 points per game, but I'd imagine a lot of rebounds, a lot of assists. He'd be almost averaging triple-double every game, I'd say, if we were capturing those stats. It's one of the hard things about Basketball Connect sometimes. You only see the points, but we know that there's more stats that matter. As there's a big bucket for Burnside. Gee, they needed that. 35-9.
Maybe in promoting the league is something we can look into, at least for a Div 1 league or something, to get that side of it going, because there is so much more to it than just pure scoring.
I guess that requires a lot of volunteers though, James, as we know, and we do need more volunteers for community basketball competitions. Sure, there's plenty of people that love spectating, but great opportunity to get out and be involved a bit more. As here is Roach Out here to Lehman. Yes, Lehman from outside. Very nice.
Yeah, another one who's normally more of a mid-range player, but as he's showing, he can shoot the three as well.
Into double figures now, Burnside. Here's Jarman for a long way out. Jumps up a bit short. Taken in by double. Creates the aforementioned opportunity as it's going to be a 3-second violation here, I reckon. Well, this is a very entertaining game of basketball despite the score. I think this is what I love about church basketball. It is you still get a lot of entertainment when it comes to this sort of thing. There's Lehman driving and draws the foul. And a bit of patience need to be shown by both sides because officials are just trying to make subs at the right time, etc.
Yeah, everyone's eager. The adrenaline's pumping. It's a grand final. We're well and truly into it now.
Certainly are. Hope we've got quite a few viewers already this afternoon here. Thanks, of course, to Life FM Adelaide. There's Lehman. I think he's the player to go for at the moment. He's going to need to be a bit Bryce Cotton-like in this game for the Burnside City team. He's going to really need to rein in the points. And everyone's just going to have to chip in around him to keep them in the game. I mean, it's only 19 at the moment as it goes out to 20 again. If they can keep it at this 20-point margin just to halftime, you never know.
Yeah,
you just never know, James.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like McGowan is the key to their defense and Lehman is the key to their offense. As I said, Lehman a bit of a grand final specialist from a little while ago where he was the clear MVP in the game that I came up against him.
I remember playing him a few seasons ago as well. We were playing, I think I was playing with Old Concordians at the time when we had an A-grade team. No score there. Fouls on 30. And I can see already some really tight games across both courts already in front of us. Got a men's 11 grand final happening, and we got the women's 3 grand final on the other court, I think, at the other end. So we'll get you some score updates where we can get them. Luckily, the great thing about Basketball Connect, we can get those score updates as they come along. As guess who's heading to the line again? The Roach here for a couple. So 1 minute to go. Blake Prater forgetting the rules of the church competition. The clock stops in the last 2 minutes of the grand final, actually, of games.
Well, that is the unique part about the competition. And once it gets to preliminary and grand finals, the timing rules change a little bit so you can understand the players being a little uncertain.
I just got to get on top of it before my game this afternoon, James. So I'll make sure I'll have a quick glance before we get out there and play. Anyway, we're down the last 20 seconds here. Almost stolen there by Hatswell, and Hatswell will force the ball up, essentially. So 10 seconds to go here. Can Burnside get one more before this clock runs down? 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Lehman going on his own, draws the foul. We'll head to the free throw line for a couple of charity stripe contributions before the halftime break. And they could be crucial here for Lehman, James. Let's see if he gets them.
Yeah, could also have noted is the 8th team foul for the Brick Brothers. And if there's one weakness to the way that they go about it, they can be a little bit lippy, TP. So it's not out of the question that if they keep going the way they could, who knows, maybe they pick up a tackle or two. And that's basically the what they call Burnside's.
Unless he misses that one.
That's a bit of motivation for Burnside because 21 points isn't completely out of the equation for them. But if they can get one or two of the Brick Brothers fouled out, then suddenly it becomes a bit of a different game. And with the timing rules like they are, there'll be a little bit of a chance.
We're going to go to a halftime break here. It is the Brick Brothers 37, Burnside 16. The lead by 21 points at the moment. We'll be back with more thanks to Life FM Adelaide. Make sure you tune into the Saturday scorecard each Saturday morning with Beachy and Graham at the moment, the current regular co-host. And you can hear our basketball wrap every fortnight as well. We'll be back soon after the break.
Supported by LIFE FM Adelaide, SA Church Basketball live stream. We are more than basketball, bringing you today's broadcast of community, faith and basketball.
Great sportsmanship there from Okawelu, and got the steal as well. Unbelievable. But you can do both, that's amazing. Deserves to finish that. He's more than basketball.
Welcome back, everyone, here to the Men's 3 Grand Final, the first of 4 today here at the State Basketball Centre. 7 courts of action, pure basketball adrenaline happening from 1 p.m. all the way through to 6 p.m. TP and James White here with you on the commentary for this one. James, and 14 points to Blake Crenner, and Tom Bertram has 17 to lead the Brick Brothers at the moment, whereas Burnside, it's all Jordan Lehman at the moment with 11.
Yes, definitely been some individual stars for both teams. It's going to be interesting to see if any adjustments are made at halftime. Whether the Brick Brothers decide to tighten up on Lehman a little bit. Luke McGowan would probably be the best bet to get off the leash if they do that. Of course, from a Brick Brothers point of view, how do you stop them? Do you go triangle and 2?
You know what? I'm always a fan of the, untraditional defenses and that. The issue will be, I don't think this Burnside team will be able to press as much because they just don't have the foot speed to be able to get in front of the Brick Brothers team, I would say, at this point. But we're just having some checking on the scorecard just to make sure that things are in place here, which gives us a moment again to chat about the fact that, like we were saying before, we did mention about there's a big tournament coming up in Perth in 2026, of course, starting on January the 2nd, and definitely looking for more players to join, James, for the New Year Classic in Perth. So you can head to our socials to be able to find that information, or you can contact us on Instagram at SA Church Basketball, of course, or SA Church Ball on the Insta. You can message us and we'll send you the details to it. So,
yeah, I seem to remember Perth talking it up as though it was going to be the best one yet.
Oh, Perth is a wonderful place to go and play basketball, to be honest. Like, it is just absolutely magnificent. I've done quite a few Perth trips over the years. I've had some memorable moments over there. There was one time, and when this is the kind of thing that Carnival can be, I wore a GoPro for a minute and a half and in a lower grade game. And we captured some information on the GoPro and hit a couple of threes, which was nice. And then we took the GoPro off. So people were very careful, of course. They didn't, hack me or anything like that, or, that kind of thing. So you wouldn't get that in a standard basketball game, of course. There's some OHS considerations with that, but I think that's the wonderful spirit of the Carnival, formerly known as the Australian Baptist Basketball Carnival, of course, but still, of course, with that ethos and community aspect that it's always had. Here's Jarman for 3. Not quite. It's back the other way come Burnside. Lehman driving straight into the chest of Crenner. And I don't think there's any call here, or is there?
I think it's just out of court, I reckon.
I think you're right. So in the end, for both sides, they've let it go. And they've let them play.
Yeah, that's the thing with Crenner. Like, he's really athletic, but he's also really smart and uses it at both ends. Very high-Q basketball player with the skills and athleticism to match.
Crenner comes up with it now to Hatswell, who's trying to get around the Sacba official out there. Hatswell now out here to Cranner. And Lehman and Cranner are going one-on-one at the moment. Cranner, beautiful work. Just come up a little bit short on the rim. Still 21 here. The margin.
Of course, this is BC's best chance with Thomas Bertram on the bench at the moment.
Yeah, he's having that little rest at the moment. Is the Thunderbird. Has Lehman for 3 and cuts it back to under 20.
3 3-pointers now as well.
Indeed. It's taken here by Cranner from outside for 3. He continues his great afternoon here, James.
It's the sort of player where if it goes in, but it doesn't swish, it's practically a miss for him. I don't know about Brick Brothers. I reckon he's a Splash Brother.
Well, maybe they need to change the name.
Yeah.
I can see Birdie's having a little glance at us, and he's saying, no, we're not changing the name. See, there's a little bit of banter here. That's what we love about it. It's community basketball, isn't it? So, like, you know, we all know each other really well. Well, lots of different areas.
They've basically got all the old Philadelphia 76ers jerseys that were very popular when Allen Iverson was winning MVP, but they play a little bit different to them too.
You've got to be super careful of that, though, don't you? You never want to go too close to the actual original jerseys, as there's another 3 there for Cranner.
Well, I reckon they're just about there. I reckon if you replace the brothers with the Sixers.
It's taken here, Roach. Oh, Roach for 3. Oh, just a little bit to the right. Oh, a little tip there from there's Lehman again. He's been the dominant player in this game, Lehman, for Burnside. Now, I did see Michael Pryor did just walk in before James. Like you said, the heartbeat of the Burnside City Uniting Church for multiple years. That's Cranner for 3 again, comes up short. Lehman chasing after that ball with fast. And Lehman was the first one across the finish line to get that ball.
Yeah, when I saw him with the jersey on, I was thinking he was about to play. It wouldn't be the first time that he's rocked up late for a game.
McGowan gets that too, and that's the player you identified that needs to step up here, James.
Yeah, for sure. Like, he's got a really good all-round game, but he just hasn't really been in it much at the moment.
It's taken in for 3 here by Double.
Nice rebound there.
Just feel like Burnside just turned the momentum slightly. Good drive there from Roach.
Needed that hoop, though, just to cap it off.
They certainly do. Across the air. Oh, stolen there by Roach again. His hands are really active at the moment, Roach, with what he's doing.
Yeah, he's a nice, solid player who really blends well with Lehman and McGowan.
It's taken in by Cranner from outside. Not quite. McGowan.
Not as many fast breaks lately for the Brick Brothers either. The game slowed down a bit, and that plays into BC's hands.
Well,
big turnover, though.
Indeed, by Hatswell to Jarman. And Jarman in transition. Timeout going the way of Burnside. Jarman running towards the goals. Not the first time we haven't seen that. So margin 24 here.
Yeah, you can
It feels like a closer game than what it actually is on the scoreboard at the moment, James.
I think that's because, like, the first 10 minutes, it was pretty much 15 to 20 points of difference, and the lead hasn't really expanded on that much since then. So the way it was going earlier, it looked like it might have been a repeat of 2 weeks ago, but unless something dramatically changes, it's probably going to be a bit closer to that 50-point differential that we had a fortnight ago.
I think the thing to consider with this Brick Brothers team, if they win in the capacity that they're going at the moment, I have to consider going up to men's 2 potentially, or even men's 1, I reckon, for the next season. So, especially for the summer. And of course, it gets a little tougher there in the summer with some teams that only play in the winter season, of course. Although we've got so many teams now that play across both summer and winter, which is great. And they just have a larger squad to be able to get lots of different players in. So that's really good as well.
Well, when you consider, St. Peter's, Prince Alfred, Valleys, I'm probably missed a couple there. don't typically play in the summer season. It'll be a good opportunity for them to go up and try. They've got some players who it might be a little bit of a challenge for, but given the level of ability of Bertram and Crenna, we've seen that they can elevate the rest of them. And it'll be interesting to see, like, if they do get a run in Division 1, Division 2, how those two guys go against extra pressure and how the other players are able to handle it.
It's back underway here. Lehman with the ball and got Jarman in front of him. Oh, back to Roach. And there's that little mid-range you talked about. Well, Isaac Roach. Exceptional play there from him. Jarman now with it. Looking for fast, and the foul's going to be here on Lehman.
Roach, of course, not a bad grand final name either, but for a completely different reason.
That's a good pick up from you, James. Very, very astute. There's Bertram going to work here.
Hey, next one, Tommy.
Now, my brain sort of shifted to game mode today, James. So there's a couple of files that have filed away about this Brick Brothers team that I haven't been able to draw out of the back of my skull. But my recall is that they were playing with a church a few years ago. I think it was the Joy Church that they were playing with a few years ago. Well, certainly, you know, Bertram pulled on the colours for Journey Uniting a few years back when they had teams in the competition.
Yeah, he also played a few games for CityLight last season.
Yes, that's right. See, that's the thing. It's like sometimes it depends on where the team is in relation to the divisions. So some of these players, of course, have played some Division 1 church basketball and others have played a little lower. And this is sort of sits in the middle, doesn't it, men's 3?
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's really like an organised social comp, so you're still getting your mates to play, but the level of competition can vary from division to division, and sometimes you have a case where you don't necessarily end up with all the best players in one division. They're spread out across multiple divisions because, you know, they're playing with their family members or their mates, and it becomes quite interesting the way everything unfolds.
I think that's absolutely brilliant, as that is there from Bertram. Great finish from him out of the basket. 47-23. Margin hasn't gone beyond 30, hasn't dropped beyond 20. So Burnside making good fist of it after that initial first half where Brick Brothers established their dominance. So this one definitely much closer than the qualifying final, what we saw last time. It is very tight over on court 6 as that one finished there for Roach again. And Roach is the one who stepped up in this second half, James, at the moment. There's Jarman for 3, a little bit to the left.
Yeah, he's done that in games before. He's just solid and makes the most of his opportunities when he comes. He's not someone who really demands the ball, but he's someone you can rely upon when you need him to.
It's taken here by Lehman. Back here for Martin. Now Double comes down with it. Double. Oh, no, stolen here. Lehman was awake to the fact that the ball was in transition. Finishes on the contact as well. Superb from JL.
Yeah, and it was a sensational finish because how good was the transition defense from Crenna there? I mean, that's the definition of making someone earn a hoop without giving anything away.
The momentum at the moment, James. Oh, and there's no basket there, but a spectacular finish. Not even looking at the basket. Lehman certainly has the ability to turn the scores on at the moment as Jarman comes and sits down for Hatswell. So quality contest, 11 minutes and 50 seconds to go. So still plenty of time for Lehman to stick another one in and comes a little bit to the left. Bertram now flying down the court, going solo. Feeds it here and he was in the paint too long, almost there fast. Bertram back the other way. Great defense from Burnside. They've really locked up defensively as Lehman will get the blocking foul from Hatswell. And the reason that's a blocking foul, despite the contact with Hatswell going on the ground, I think, is because of the fact that Hatswell was not in legal guarding position.
That was probably a little bit of an understatement. From what I saw, he looked like he was running straight at Lehman to him and shoulder him. I think he's actually a little bit lucky that he's only being called for a common foul there. I didn't see much of a play on the ball. That was my interpretation, though.
First one good there.
He might have actually been saved by the fact that Lehman was moving into him at the same time.
Yes, that one, not quite. Cranania. Double to Hatswell. Now to Fast. Fast for two. Got it. Work from Jason Fast. 49-28. Back to 21. Here's Martin. Out here to Lehman, who's been the go-to player and continues to rein him in from deep.
4 3-pointers now.
You're right about that.
And then within 20. It's the closest they've been in a while.
Certainly are. There's that one long there from Hatswell. Brushed his hands and said that was the problem. Bertram. We've got a blocking foul baseline. Bertram's ability to finish around the basket is pretty spectacular, to be fair.
It is, and going back to my earlier comment, you know, my team just finished up in Division 6 this season, but I've also played some Division 1 basketball and gone okay with it. And I don't know too many sporting divisions where you can jump from Div 6 to Div 1 and vice versa and, you know, still be able to have a good competitive game. You're either above it or below it normally, but that says something about the competition that everybody can get involved and play their part.
Exactly right. As Crenna will get upstairs and throw it down.
There's that dunk I was talking about. So effortless too.
It was. He had no problem with the elevation assignment there, did Crenna. Back out here for McGowan. Goes to Martin. Back here, Lehman. Feet set. Then just a little bit to the right. Comes off the hand of McGowan. So margin 22 here. Feel like the game's still alive even with 8 minutes and 30 seconds to go here in this second half. Not long to go.
Looked like the Brick Brothers have stepped it up the last couple of plays, though. Some good defense to get the dunk in transition and then a much better contest on Lehman's three-point shot that time. And if they hadn't been out there, he may well have got number 5.
Cranner now for 3 again. That one a little bit long. I've done a good job running him off the line now, Cranner. Now Jarman. Back here to Hatswell. Back out here to Bertram. Bertram going for the 3. Just a little bit off
There's
target.
that brick we were talking about. First one today.
There's a genuine brick there, James.
Yep.
Lehman now. Out here. Martin. I think it was.
Finally living up to their name.
I think it might have been Wheaton. That one. Bertram. Stolen here. That's definitely Wheaton in transition here to Lehman. Down to McGowan. Oh, rejected. I think it was by double. On the double. Now Bertram. Inside. Finish. It's even up here. On the State Basketball Centre on the show court, James.
It definitely has. BC have stepped up their game and now the Brick Brothers are doing it as well just to make sure they finish the job.
It's really got it moving, that's for certain. Bertram now back out here to Jarman. Back to Bertram. Now to Cranner. Well, left him open. Very dangerous to do. Exceptionally good shooter, as we've seen this afternoon. Cranner. McGowan. Back out here to Lehman. Oh, from NBA distance. Oh. Comes up a bit short.
Nice stroke on it, though.
Bertram now. Over the top of Lehman. And we got a timeout going the way of Burnside. So everyone gets a breather out there on the court. And it is looking like the Brick Brothers getting much closer to getting this one done. Getting some wise words there from our good friend Rod Ridley. He's been around church basketball for a very long time, James.
Yes, he certainly has, and the jokes aren't getting any younger.
No, you're right about that. We just have to go and hustle up a few more pews, I reckon. So, sure, we can find one around the place. Well, at the moment, James, I think maybe might only have one commentator for the next game anyway, is McGowan. Gets that one nicely.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens. Yeah, McGowan knocking down the three-pointer and getting involved. He's got 6 minutes to do it now.
Oh, there's the three there from Jarman. And margin out beyond the 25-point mark now. Lehman draws the foul. And head to the free throw line.
Yep, timely finish from Jarman right after the Brick Brothers gave up a three on the other end. That's been something that Burnside have adapted well to over the course of the game, is taking those outside shots, and they've been able to make them. The inside game hasn't really been there, but the perimeter game has definitely lifted to make it a closer contest, albeit that fast start has really set the Brick Brothers up for a grand final victory.
So it was baseline ball, actually, as Fast draws the foul there, and Burnside will pick up their third team foul of the second half. So 5 minutes and 10 seconds to go here in this game. Just doing a couple of quick score updates. Looks like a tight one over in the women's 3 game. And look at the score over here on the court 6, James. 28-25 between Lighthouse Lightning and Old Concordians for the men's 11 grand final. It's really tight over there.
Yeah, you tend to expect to have a few type grand finals. Of course, occasionally you get that division where there's that one team who's just way ahead of everybody else, and the others are just playing for second spots. So, yeah, it'll be a day with a variety of games, but we'll usually see it either very tight or quite a distance between the two teams.
It's Fast going to work. Oh, Cranner almost again. Jarman contesting for it along with the Burnside player down there. So 4 minutes to go here. And like we were saying, got a lot of big, we've got about, I reckon it's about an hour and 15 minutes to get through each game, which is really good. So just in case we get extra time or something like that, plenty of warm-up time in between grand finals as well, which is fantastic. So time ticking along nicely here.
Yeah, I think one year that flowed along a little too smoothly and we had about a 45-minute warm-up.
The game finished real quick.
It's like you want to stay warm, but you're actually tiring yourself out in the process. I know I was dog-tired by the end of that game.
Oh, Lehman rejected there by Cranner.
Not even the end of the game, halfway through.
Absolutely. Blake registering a 5 there, or is it Blake 7, I think, from memory. It was the old TV series from years ago. 3:15 to go here. 63-34. So this one looks like it's heading the way of the Brick Brothers. So we're going to have another new champion of men's 3, James. We've had 3 or 4 different champions over the last few years when it comes to men's 3. I'll see if I can pull up some numbers for you just while you talk us through this play.
Yeah, like I said, I reckon there'd be a lot of fluidity around Division 3 with teams coming and going, and particularly with the way some teams drop out for summer as well. It creates a dynamic that you might not see at another level, where you get some teams who are set in a division for a while, or some teams that simply have the star players and are able to maintain them reasonably well. I'm thinking of Corner and CityLight there, of course.
Oh, naturally.
And we have just had Thomas Bertram foul out of the game, picking up an offensive foul, number 5. So he'll sit out the last couple of minutes, but it is essentially a couple of minutes of junk time now as the Brick Brothers are up by 32 points and have this one well and truly wrapped up.
It's so much fun. Yeah, we have a lot of fun.
66-34 here. It's been much closer than the qualifying final between these two, as we mentioned.
Yeah, BC have definitely had their moments throughout the game. There's no doubt about that. Very strong, probably the last 5 minutes of the first half to the first 10 minutes of the second half. The Brick Brothers have put their foot down and been able to get this out above 30 points now. And so it perhaps looks a little bit more lopsided than how it's felt for most of the game. But that's because the Brick Brothers were able to hang in there when they weren't completely at their best. But when they have been at their best, they've just been too strong.
You're right about that. It's a minute 30 to go here. They're going to join St. Peter's Old Collegians and Christie's Beach Community Basketball Club as champions of the men's 3 division. Burnside a few years before that, I think it was 22. And I reckon the Saints also took it out in 23 as well. Yeah, they took out the Saints took out their first title since 2022. They lost the grand final in 23. I reckon they lost to Happy Valley, actually. I reckon that might have been the drought breaker potentially for the Valleys.
Yeah, Valleys also did beat us in the 5s 1 year.
As Creta. There'll be 2 shots here to Burnside, who put up a good fight today, Burnside. And now Creta fouls out of the game. He's done the job.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? I was saying that Burnside's best chance to perhaps rattle the Brick Brothers was to get 1 or 2 of them fouled out. And the Brick Brothers are going to finish the game with 4 players on the court, and they're the 4 players who aren't their 2 superstar players. Unfortunately, for Burnside, they've only got 44.2 seconds to make it work.
We'll try and get some top scores for you before this one finishes. He's taken here by Fast, out here to Jarman. 40 seconds to go here. Brick Brothers are going to be the men's 3 champions. It's been their first title. And I'm pretty certain they played each other back in the men's 5 grand final a few years ago. These 2 teams. And the Brick Brothers got it done that day as well. For memory. As Fast will have it. And he'll slow it down here to Jarman. There's 10 seconds on the clock here. Jarman now here to Hatswell. On the double. Sam double. Sam double! Twice off the backboard and in. And the Brick Brothers are the super basketball brothers. They win 71-37 here at the State Basketball Centre on Court 5. Congratulations to the Brick Brothers who defeat Burnside City Uniting, who once again have been in the decider and given a good fist of it. And they go down and just a bit too much firepower in the end for BB here, James.
Yes, absolutely. They took it up to BC from the very first play when they threw ahead for a layup, and that early dominance was just too much for BC to overcome. Credit to them for hanging in there because this game could have got really, really ugly. And they managed to get a little bit of respectability on the scoreboard, but it was Brick Brothers all the way today.
Thank you very much.
So final scores here, 71-37. Tom Bertram with 28 points, 21 points to Blake Cranner, 7 points to Ben Jarman and Jason Fast with 9. And for Burnside, Jordan Lehman with 23 points and 9 points to Isaac Roach. Now the main scorers in the end, James. Terrific first game of church basketball. We're going to be back in about 15 minutes' time with game 2 of the day. And it will be Brighton A up against Lighthouse Lightning A, which means, James, I must leave you to take this next game on your own. But good luck. And I'm sure it's going to be a great contest because we've got a couple of our NBL 1 commentators that are playing this game, including myself out there for Lighthouse. So
yeah,
I'll see you at 3:30 this afternoon for the men's 1 grand final. Good luck to all teams. Really tight over there between Lighthouse and also Concordia. So we'll go and have a look and see what the scores were like on that one. Thanks very much, James. We'll see you shortly here.
Yeah, might need to get some
water into you.
Yeah, get some water into me and get some stats
rolling
up and some jersey numbers and work out who's who because got to step it up now.
Absolutely. No, you'll be fine, mate. All right, we're going to take a break here at the Sacba Community Finals 2025 for winter. All thanks to LIFE FM Adelaide. Be back soon with the men's 2 grand final between Brighton A and Lighthouse Lightning A.
Supported by LIFE FM Adelaide, SA Church Basketball live stream. We are more than basketball, bringing you today's broadcast of community, faith and basketball.
Great sportsmanship there from Okawelu and got the steal as well. Unbelievable. What you doing, boys? That's amazing. Deserves to finish that. He's more than basketball.
Supported by LIFE FM Adelaide, SA Church Basketball Livestream. We are more than basketball, bringing you today's broadcast of community, faith and basketball.
Great sportsmanship there from Okawelu, and got the steal as well. Unbelievable. But if you can do both, that's amazing. Deserves to finish that. He's more than basketball.
Supported by LIFE FM Adelaide, SA Church Basketball Livestream. We are more than basketball, bringing you today's broadcast of community, faith and basketball.
Great sportsmanship there from Okawelu, and got the steal as well. Unbelievable. But you do both, that's amazing. Deserves to finish that. He's more than basketball.
The Brighton A team have been a regular feature in the men's 2 grand final and returned for another win to defend their title against newcomers to the higher division Lighthouse Lightning, who won the summer season title over Siege Uniting, who will go back-to-back in their respective seasons. Good afternoon. This is James Woy on Play-by-Play. This afternoon, I will be flying solo for this particular game. My typical co-commentator, Tristan Prentice, is actually out on the court playing for Lighthouse Lightning. So the roles are reversed a little today as he's commentated on me a few times. I'll now be commentating on him and his team, and of course the Brighton team that is able to go straight through to the grand final and are raring to go.
Oh, here we go. Crowd favourite, Bill Walters, remember that? Crowd favourite, Bill Walters, crowd favourite.
Excellent. Just catching a fist bump from the crowd favourite there, of course. And that is a nice little prologue to what I was just about to talk about, which is that this afternoon it's more than just about basketball. It's about community. It's about faith. It's about coming together to play for some common causes. And, of course, yes, basketball. So here we are, Brighton A, Lighthouse Lightning. There's 48 seconds before the start of the game where Daniel Greer will throw the ball up for us. He's accompanied by veteran referee Peter Battersby. And we're looking forward to a big matchup here. Dylan Gomer is a big-time scorer for the Lighthouse Lightnings, averaging 14.3 points per game. Brighton very spread out. Kale Matthews, their top performer, on 11.9. Starting lineups for today, TP is out there on the court. We've also got Dylan Goma, number 3. Jacob Field, number 9. He looks to be the starting centre for Lighthouse Lightning. We got Daryl Tan in there, and also Jordan Champness, by the looks of it. Okay, Brighton's lineup's just starting to head out onto the court. Thomas McKenzie, number 40. Cale Matthews, number 15. Bill Moulders, number 44. He's the crowd favourite. 32, Adam Rotek. And we have a foul immediately on the play. Okay. Bryson will go to the free throw line for Adam Rotek. The foul is on Champness there. And Brighton are on the board inside the first 20 seconds of the game. Interestingly, Brighton not going to the end that they warmed up, so they will have the offense in front of their bench in the fourth quarter. Lighthouse Lightning are going to the closer end of the court to which you come in when you enter the State Basketball Centre at Wayville. Okay. Cal Matthews with the basketball here. He passes across to Bill Moulders, crowd favourite. Back to Matthews. 3-point shot goes up, and it is splash. 4-0 start for Brighton. We do have a foul here as Jacob Field was attacking the hoop. So it'll be Lighthouse Lightning side out. There's TP for 3. There's Champness with the rebound, and he misses. Brighton with the board. A big one for Thomas McKenzie. He looks dominant inside already. A few veterans out here for Brighton. There's a bit of a slow, methodical game. They try the back pass to Adam Rotek, but it deflects off the backboard, out of court, and it'll be Lighthouse Lightning's basketball. 10 bringing the ball up. And it is a moving screen and a foul on Tristan Prentice. Well drawn there by Peter Matthews for Brighton, and Brighton will have the ball going back their way. This is, of course, the Division 2 competition, so these guys have been competing against the Division 1 players throughout the course of the season. Bill Moulders lining up with 3. Can't get that one to go. Field taking the rebound and transitioning it the other way. He looks to get the hoop inside, misses the first shot, misses the second, goes a third time, and there it is. Lighthouse Lightning are on the board. Quadruple effort there for Jacob Field to get his team going. Yeah, as I was saying, the bottom end of the Division 1 to 2 competition, we have the Division 1 Grand Final coming up for you right after this between Corner and CityLight. As for now, these guys will be playing for premiership and runner-up medals. Almost a charging foul. Brighton inside, don't get the score. It's rebounded by Goma. Crosses over, goes inside, can't get the finish though. It was a very nice move, but great defense on the inside from Brighton to make it a tough layup and force the miss. Moulders in the post now, backing down, taking his time, and he throws it back out. High post this time for Adam Rotek. Over to Moulders, who lines it up all day. Not quite a splash, but it does go in. 6-2 for Brighton. Okay, no finish inside for Lighthouse. They're getting some good looks inside, but Brighton have been able to do just enough to force some tougher looks than Lighthouse perhaps would have liked. They just can't quite get the ball in the hoop at the moment. Ball goes over the backboard on a 3-point shot out there. Lighthouse able to secure the rebound. And here they come. A lot of green out here today. Of course, Brighton with the green shorts and Lighthouse with the green jerseys. And here come Brighton in transition. It's number 15. That is Hale Matthews going for the shot. He misses it. And it looks like we've got Brighton basketball here off of the rebound. So another chance for Brighton. Pretty slow pace this one. A little bit different from our last grand final where Brick Brothers really took it up to BC very early. And this time Brighton are able to get the hoop, and it's now 8-2. There's TP for another three. That one doesn't go. Okay, it's rebounded by Peter Matthews. Now Mrotek has the ball. He holds it back up again. Brighton not looking to push the pace at the moment, just looking to control the pace of the game. They're getting good shots in the half court. Here comes the kick out. Mrotek for three, and that one doesn't drop. It is rebounded, though, by number 40, which is Thomas McKenzie, and on his second attempt, he's able to put it in. A little bit of a worrying start for Lighthouse as they're only on 2 points to Brighton's 10 right now. Okay, another turnover for Lighthouse. Brighton feeding off them at the moment. McKenzie bringing the ball through the middle. Now up to Mrotek. Back to McKenzie. Over to Matthews. Another layup. And it is a timeout coming for Lighthouse Lightning. 14:07 to go in the first half. And Brighton are up 12 points to 2. That time they did push the pace. That time they did score. And they're showing some good flexibility and versatility early. Lighthouse just having some trouble getting the ball in the hoop. In the last couple of plays, they've panicked a little bit and had some turnovers that they would love to have back again. Calls for the timeout break coming. It's a great opportunity to mention some great causes that Sacba gets behind, such as mental health and community connections. We've also got a tournament, a national tournament coming up in Perth in 2026, the New Year Classic. Previously, the Australian Baptist Basketball Carnival. I've been in it myself a couple of times. TP's in it, been in it about 17. Yeah, different people get involved in that. And it's a wonderful opportunity to come together, play some basketball, make some good mates against people from other states in the countries who play a similar type of basketball in their regions. Brighton with the ball after Lighthouse's missed shot out of the time out. Here's the Lightning with the rebound. It's Goma with the ball, bringing it up. He wants to go himself, and he does draw the foul on Thomas McKenzie, who wasn't quite in position to be able to make the play. He did block the shot, but it was a blocking foul / pushing foul. Referee Peter Basby has called it as a pushing foul as he stepped into the drive and wasn't ready to contest the shot despite the block. Goma goes 1 for 2, but it's filled the offensive rebound. This could be a handy opportunity here, and they get 3 points off of the play. That is big for the Lighthouse. Okay. We now have Jeff Whitford bringing the ball up the court over to Cale Matthews. And McKenzie inside, able to get the reverse layup on the other side of the hoop. A little bit too easy for Brighton that time as Lighthouse come back into offense. Goma going again. He's going to line up the 3 ball, and it's a little bit long. Hasn't quite got his game going so far. Field again. He's basically carrying the Lighthouse at the moment, but his reverse lap's not so good that time. Be interesting if we were counting rebounding stats right now because he's had a plethora of offensive boards. Unfortunately, only been able to make the most of a couple. We do have a foul on the play, and that's on Peter Sharp. That's his first personal foul as the Lightning concede Another possession to Brighton. And Thomas McKenzie is able to draw a foul on the stat 3. He's looking like a dominant player at the moment. He does average 10.8 points per game, but has been emphatic so far and could be the difference between the two teams today. Goma is now subbing out of the game, of course. Typically, the Lighthouse's top scorer. Interesting looking across their roster throughout the season. They've used a lot of different players to be able to fill their team. We've got Murray Blythe with a 14-point per game average, not here. Ben Harris with 13 points. Then we go down to Jacob Field at 10.4. He's their next top scorer after Dylan Goma. As McKenzie is able to make the most of his trip from the stripe and is out to 16-5. We do have another foul on the Lighthouse that looks to be on Jordan Champness. Subs for Brighton. Rotek coming out of the game. Looks like Andrew Williamson's in. Pretty big bench for Brighton today with the 3 subs. Looks like the Lighthouse Lightning just the 1. And there's a travel there. So Lighthouse getting the ball back, but then once again turning it over, and they are struggling with the turnovers at the moment. A few missed opportunities early where they perhaps could have got some points, but without making those, feels like they're just forcing it a little bit, not quite able to get into the game. Of course, when the Lightning did win the Division 2 championship last season in the summer before heading up to the winter, they had some extra players in their team who have not been present for their lineup this season, and they've done extremely well to get where they are. As Tristan Prentice knocks down a 3 from the corner, that is a massive shot for them to try and get them going. But they are one of the teams who's had a fair bit of turnover. Of course, making a grand final in any division is no mean feat, but they are missing a couple of scoring weapons that they had last season. There's TP grabbing the loose ball, and now we have a foul, which is on number 6 for Brighton, which is Michael Whitford. Okay, we have the crowd favourite, Bill Moulders, coming back into the game. That's the self-proclaimed crowd favourite, of course. He did give me a fist bump before the start and let me know he was the crowd favourite, so I'm just giving him a little bit of a rap on the commentary. Okay, Goma's back in the game as well. There's a 3-point shot, and it's just off the money from Daryl Town. That was a pretty good stroke there, but not quite the result that he wanted. Now McKenzie bringing the ball up again. He's not afraid to play point centre by the looks, but a little bit Nikola Jokic-like for Brighton at the moment. But they do turn the ball over, which isn't something that Jokic typically does, of course, but that turnover wasn't for McKenzie. After facilitating the play, he did hang out at the 3-point line, and unfortunately for Brighton, they were unable to make the most of that possession. A bit of a rare turnover for them. Most of the turnovers coming from the Lightning, but McKenzie with the block at the other end. That time he was in position to go straight up and block the shot, so no foul called on the play. And we have Jeff Whitford releasing it to Cale Matthews, who looks very comfortable out there at the moment. Will Moulders, is he going to line up the 3? He does. And back of the rim. Goma with a rebound. It's amazing how much basketball's changed now. We got centers shooting 3s and point guards getting inside for the tough rebounds. Here we are with Whitford with the ball once again. Dishes off to Matthews, who scores, but it is an offensive foul, so the hoop will be waved away. And it is Peter Sharp taking the charge, and that's a big one for the Lightning to just stay within striking distance. Despite being outplayed so far, they are only 10 points behind. Goma with the basketball. 10's lining it up again. No. Sharp. Here's Tristan Prentice for another 3-pointer. That one is off the mark. Not so much success from the top at the moment. His one make did come from the corner. Moulders chucks it up to Whitford. McKenzie was on inside. didn't quite get it back to Moulders. Now Whitford again. Let's see what Brighton do on this possession. There's not a lot of movement at the moment. They're just slowly releasing the ball around the perimeter. Matthews, this time he gets the finish. He wanted a foul there. Nothing doing this time either way, but he does get the 2 points. That's the 2 points he wanted last time. That would have put them at 20-8, and that's where the score is now. It's 10. Slap from behind. Stolen. Matthews is going at it. He takes the hit. This time he gets the foul, and he adds the 2 points once again to it. Jordan Champness with the foul there. And it looks like, yes, Lighthouse Lightning with the timeout. 6:33 to go in the quarter. Sorry, the half, make that. And it is 22-8. All right, we're heading back out on the court for the AM1 free throw coming for Kale Matthews, Brighton's top scorer at 11.9 points per game. And he's been very fluid in attacking the hoop, albeit with one charging call going against them. Could just hear in the Brighton timeout them talking about making sure that they're not giving up second chance points, and that's probably about the right strategy right now. The Lighthouse Lightning struggling to get that first shot, but they have been able to get on the boards, particularly with Jacob Field. And if they keep being able to do that, that's their best chance of being able to cut the deficit. Without those second chance points, Brighton are very much looking the goods at the moment. Speaking of Field, here he is, overhead pass to 10. He tries to go back to Field, but once again, he's turned the ball over there. And that won't be a backcourt violation because it was purely a deflection. Turnover for Brighton. Lighthouse Lightning with the missed shot. Once again, it's Mackenzie on the boards. This Brighton team run pretty deep in terms of personnel, but Mackenzie's staying out there and looking to dominate the game. Matthews has to think about the three a couple of times. Here he is, guarded by 10, chucks it over the top to Moulders, but it hits the backboard. I reckon he's probably going, no, what are we calling here? We got a warning on Kale Matthews, who's still talking to referee Daniel Greer. It was interesting that despite the heavy contact, there was no play either way there. I thought it might have been a blocking foul. I think Matthews is asking for a charge. Regardless, it is Lighthouse Lightning bringing the ball in. The call's being made, and we've got to get on with the game. Gomer over to Champness. Okay, there's Field. Oh, tough one there, and the foul is on Field as Matthews will go back to the free throw line. Talked about Mackenzie's dominant play early in the game. He looks to have had a little bit of a rest on a couple of possessions, but Matthews getting out in transition is really the game breaker for Brighton. They've typically played at a slow pace so far, but he's the one who's looking to take the ball quickly and put some pressure on the Lighthouse Lightning defense before they can get back. Matthews goes 1 of 2, almost Morotek with the rebound, but Jacob Field once again picks it up. And he's definitely been the standout player for Lighthouse Lightning so far with his work on the boards. Like to add more than a couple hoots. His 10 all. Matthews almost got the steal, and 10 just got his arm in the right place at the right time. It's now a 5-on-4 opportunity for the Lightning, but they still turn over again. Matthews is going to be ahead of the play. What's he going to do here? He lays it in on his preferred left hand for 2 points. It is Brighton comfortably in the lead at the moment, 25-8. Field is able to draw the foul. No arguments there. Foul's on number 5, Peter Matthews. Tristan Perempus coming back into the game for Darryl Tan. Okay, here's Gomer. He attacks the hoop, goes at Mackenzie. Back out to Field, who takes the three-pointer, and that was never online. Rebound to Mackenzie again. definitely called that name before. Here's the crowd favourite, Bill Moulders. He's dribbling. He pulls up. No, he passes it out. Definitely having a bit of fun out there today. We could see that from the start. Matthews for 3, misses. And once again, it's filled with a rebound. Mackenzie almost fouled him to hold him up. Bit of contact on the play there from Peter Matthews, but Peter Basby doesn't see it that way. Field does get the 2 this time, and that's a very well-deserved 2 points for his efforts. Mackenzie, however, in transition, finishes off, and suddenly we have a lightning quick game. Goma continuing with that. There's some contact on the play, and then some more contact, and I think that first foul led into a bit of physicality on the second one. It is another foul on number 5, Peter Matthews. And we have a discussion between Greer and Battersby about what the call is going to be. And Peter Battersby says, baseline ball. Ball's here. Here's Goma. Pulls up. Can't hit the shot. Almost looked like it might have banked in for a moment. Here's Matthews with the ball. And this time Brighton slow it up and reduce the pace of the game. They just motion nicely into their offense. Moulders with the back pass, and that almost came off. Morotek taps it to Mackenzie. Back out to Moulders. The shot fake. He puts it up. He puts it in. Bill Moulders getting the crowd involved. Okay, here's Goma with the basketball. Over to TP. There's that corner 3 again. Not this time. Matthews with the rebound. It goes up court. Okay, and it's Cale Matthews. What's the call here? What's the call here? We do have a foul. Okay, and it is an N1. Okay, so for some common names here, Cale Matthews and Peter Matthews. So we're going to have to get used to that one. We've also got Jeff Whitford and Michael Whitford in the team as well. Matthews able to knock down a free throw, and it's 32-10. That's Cale Matthews, of course. Field is rejected, but then a turnover from Brighton. Lighthouse Lightning come back the other way. Here's Goma. What's he going to do? Goes to the hoop. Oh, that was an interesting move there. And we've got Brighton ball. By the time they get the ball inbounded, probably just enough time for the one shot. Technically, 3 seconds too early, but Brighton have the opportunity to slow the pace down here and make sure they go into halftime with at least a 22-point lead. Moulders back to Peter Matthews. Here's Moulders again. He's not afraid to chuck it up, but he gets an air ball. Lightning do get one last chance for a hoop. Let's see what they do here. Chapness throws it up, and it banks in. Back to 20 points, and we are at halftime with Brighton leading Lighthouse Lightning 32-12.
Supported by LIFE FM Adelaide, SA Church Basketball Livestream. We are more than basketball, bringing you today's broadcast of community, faith and basketball.
Great sportsmanship there from Okawelu, and got the steal as well. Unbelievable. But if you can do both, that's amazing. Deserves to finish. That is more than basketball.
All right, so welcome back to the Division 2 Grand Final between Lighthouse Lightning and Brighton. Brighton with the big first half to get out to a 20-point lead, 32-12. Got Cale Matthews with 15 points to match his jersey number. Thomas McKenzie's been dominant inside as well with 10 points and doing an excellent piece of work defensively. We have a kickball violation on the play here from Peter Matthews that disrupts the play a little bit, but then we got Lighthouse Lightning. Jacob Field has 6 points, but has definitely more than doubled that tally in rebounds and has been an outstanding player for Lighthouse Lightning so far. The next biggest scorer is Tristan Prentice with 3 points, so no one other than Field has been able to score multiple buckets for the Lightning. And at the same time, that's been pretty much the same thing at Brighton, with their third top scorer being Bill Moulders, who has 4 points and at least as many fist bumps prior to the start of the game. Field with a missed free throw there following the foul. So the Lightning able to get off to a bit better start this time. They do need to get some points for their efforts, though, and unfortunately are able to do so as Field draws blanks on the free throws. Now we have Bill Moulders running point for Brighton, and he's got the ball back from Peter Matthews. Here he is. Thomas McKenzie inside, putting the moves on, and a couple of fakes, a couple of spins, and a nice little finger roll without really looking at the hoop there. He's now up to 12 points and is having an excellent game for Brighton. Here's Cale Matthews with the basketball now as Brighton look to go into this slow, steady pace that has worked so well for them in the first half today. Bill Moulders takes another three-point shot. The feet are right next to each other on that technique. Here's Dylan Goma. Pulls up over to Chance. Oh, Bill Moulders trying to take charge there, but decided not to hit the deck. Could very well have done, and personally I wouldn't have considered that a flop because of the motion that was going at him, but big screen there now from Andrew Williamson. This game's getting a little bit more physical than it was in the first half. Williamson with the ball out to Bill Moulders again. He goes inside to McKenzie, who's matched up with Tristan Prentice, who takes the foul. Stop McKenzie from scoring. He did spin around and miss that one, but it will be Brighton baseline ball. Moulders with a nice pass inside Thomas McKenzie. That was beautiful play there. You can see why he was bringing the ball up earlier. Might have a bit of point guard in him. As Dylan Goma is now at point for Lightning. Over to Jacob Field. Kicks out to Tristan Prentice. They need another three, and he can't quite get that one. McKenzie with a rebound. Cale Matthews, who's dominated the transition today, goes with the right hand this time. He's been left throughout the game, but he's still able to get the finish, and Brighton are out to a 38-12 lead. Here's 10 with the pull-up. That's a brick. And over the top, Williamson gets the rebound, and we've got another foul coming on Tristan Prentice. Okay. Starting to rack them up now. And unfortunately, this one's getting away from the Lighthouse Lightning. They're going to need a dramatic turnaround. I'm really not sure where it's going to come from. They struggled to score inside despite having a few opportunities. They haven't been able to knock down outside shots, lots of untimely turnovers. And at the other end, Brighton have been able to score in the half court with some beautiful passing. And they've also had Cale Matthews dynamic in transition, and it's really between him and Thomas McKenzie for the player of the game right now. And it's hard to split them because they're such different players, but they've been so valuable in what they're doing. Andrew Williamson gets the nice little roll on the mid-range there. He didn't look like he really wanted to take the shot, but when he committed to it, he made the most of it. 2 more points. Brighton 40, Lighthouse Lightning 12. Here's Goma for a three. Nope, not that one either. Out to Peter Matthews. Over to Cale Matthews. Here's Bill Moulders. Oh, he goes for the extra pass. He's really looking to be a playmaker today. Has had a few misses from the outside, of course. He's just stepped out to the corner three-point line. He might get the ball in the inbound here, I reckon. Yeah, here he goes. Lines up the three. I still can't get it back rim. Thomas McKenzie with a rebound, though. And now Jacob Field with a rebound, and he's one who has looked to push the pace for the Lightning, doing a little bit of everything out there. 10 crosses over. He tries to look for Goman. There he is. So a little bit of contact from Hal Matthews. No call. Peter Matthews wanted to travel. Also no call. Daniel Greer just letting the boys play out there at the moment. Here's Bill Molders. He looks for Thomas McKenzie. Can he get that assist? No, McKenzie to Carl Matthews. You think he'd finish this? Just. Almost called it too early there, but it's Brighton 42-14. And another kickball from Peter Matthews. Carl Matthews definitely doing the basketball things today, but perhaps Peter Matthews has one eye on the Premier League games tonight. Okay, inbound comes into Jacob Field and then back to Dylan Gomer. Just 1 point in the first half for him before he got that important field goal just before. He's going to line up the three-pointer. Surely, no. Rims out. Tough day for the Lighthouse Lightning so far with just 14 points to the 42 that Brighton have been able to put on the board without really looking like they've gotten out of second or third gear either. Carl Matthews been dominant in transition, but this slow pace is almost putting the Lightning to sleep. A lot of ball watching. There's Thomas McKenzie on the inside with a left hand this time. Can't quite get the finish. A little bit disappointed about that one. Field once again with the rebound, pulling the ball down the court. There's the jump shot, and it's a miss. Field's been doing some good playmaking on top of his rebounding, but they're just not getting the finish. Bill Molders gives up an opportunity to score to himself to Andrew Williamson. There's another hoop for Brighton. It's now a 30-point lead. Tristan Prentice with the ball. It's out to Peter Sharp. And no, back rim. Grabs his own rebound. Going to Tristan Prentice. That's a front of the rim three-pointer this time. Shots falling everywhere for the Lightning as Carl Matthews could not have come any closer to being out of court there. Catching the ball right above the sideline with his foot just inbound. Here's another opportunity. No, not this time for Brighton. Field with a nice pass. That is a touchdown pass. Terrific pass. Great finish from Peter Sharp. There's 2 points from the Lightning. They need to get a little bit more of that. Well, that is a bit of an understatement. There goes McKenzie out to Carl Matthews. He's going to take the three-pointer, and that's the front of the ring. Peter Sharp starting to call that name a little bit. Out to 10. What's he got in transition? He goes back to Tristan Prentice. Been a three-point shooter today. Misses the layup, or maybe we can call that a pass to Jacob Field. You just never know with Tristan Prentice, but either way, it does get his team 2 points. TP grimacing a little bit on his way back, but he's hustled back nonetheless, and Brighton are into their half-court offense again. Ball comes back out. Bill Molders, what's he going to do with it this time? He gives it up to Jeff Whitford. It's off the side of the rim. Field again. Rebound, putting it on the floor, taking to the hoop. This time it's a turnover. Great defense by Bill Molders there. And Carl Matthews sidesteps Peter Sharp, goes for another two. Stuck to the left hand that time. We've seen him finish on his right. But either way, he is racking them up today. Okay, TP. Back out to Peter Sharp. Oh, some reaching in there. Not able to get the finish. Be a little bit disappointed with that one. Here's Thomas McKenzie putting on the floor. Crossover, layup, and in for another two. There's that 30-point margin again. All right, Jacob Field looked like he was going up for a dunk then. Did manage to get the finish, albeit not quite with the jam. Brighton just slackening off a little bit there and letting the Lighthouse go because they can afford to do it. It's inside the last 11 minutes. They've got a 28-point lead, and it doesn't look like there's any real threat to the Lightning coming back. I guess you can say you never know, but I think in this case I probably do. Let's see if we've gone too early or not, but I reckon I haven't. Matthews with a rebound. Tristan Prentice bringing the ball up. He's looking for Gomer, who gives it back to Prentice, and there's another layup. Back-to-back baskets for the Lighthouse Lightning. They haven't had much opportunity for that so far today, but a couple of cheap ones, some promising signs. But is that a matter of them stepping up or Brighton just slackening off a little bit? We'll see. Williamson been in the key for a while. Mackenzie's still in there as well, actually. Bill Molders, he's going to take the three this time. And what do you know? Bottom of the net. And that leads to a timeout from the Lighthouse Lightning. Okay, Molders looking a little bit tired out there after that one. He's been doing some terrific work out on the court, almost as the third star player after Cale Matthews and Thomas Mackenzie, who've been absolutely dominant. But Molders, his little bits and pieces that he does, really helping his team. And that's sort of what the Lighthouse Lightning need a little bit more of. Some great give and go between Gomer and Prentice just before, but they've really relied a lot on Jacob Field to do the bulk of the work, whether it's rebounding, bringing the ball down the floor, and also scoring as well. Okay. Gomer up court. It's now across to Peter Sharp. What's he going to do with it? It's 10. It's intercepted again. There's just been too many turnovers like that from the Lighthouse today. You don't mind it if they're being aggressive and trying to cause some issues for the defense, but there's been times where it's just been a little bit confusing. Like, what are they doing? There's Gomer to rebound and out in transition. Okay, there's the pass to Champness, and we do have a foul called on the play. Incidentally, it's going to be interesting to see whether Brighton reckon they've just about got things wrapped up or whether their substitutions are just part of the process, because I will note that at the moment we've got Cale Matthews, Thomas Mackenzie, and Bill Molders on the bench together at the same time, and they've been their three best performers on the day. So the bench and the role players getting a fair chance to have a run for Brighton. This is Lighthouse Lightning's best chance to put some points on the board and maybe make this a bit closer game. Maybe just ask the question a little bit as Dylan Gomer gets going there. Let's see what Brighton have with three of their key cogs sitting on the sidelines at the moment. Is Jeff Whitner with the ball? You can see some veteran experience. Williamson has been handy, of course. Whitford with the ball again. There's Motek with a jumper, and what do you know? First play with a big three off the court, and Brighton still able to get the points. Here's Gomer over to Sharp. Decent second half from him, of course. Tristan Prentice with a three. Goes again. Not quite his day so far today. Champions with the rebound. Back to Gomer. Brighton have shut him down quite well. He steps through. He does draw some contact. There was definitely contact. The question was whether it was going to be called a foul or not. And Daniel Greer has spotted one Brighton player who's out of position. We do have Thomas Mackenzie ready to sub back into the game now for Williamson. Of course, not a small team. Brighton, they have quite a few centres and power forwards in their lineup, and they're rotating them through. Gomer with another missed free throw. Hasn't quite been his day either. As I said, a lot of what Lighthouse Lightning have done in terms of good work has gone through Jacob Field, and they just need some other players around him to step up to make this a closer game. There's Mackenzie with another rebound. Straight back into it. Couldn't have been sooner. Whitford with the ball across to Peter Matthews. Dribbling with his right hand, but I reckon he might look to go left. Yes, Jeff Whitford for three. Front rim, back rim. Not in. Champness with the rebound. There's Gomer again. He fakes again. He steps. And he's blocked by Peter Matthews there. Motek to Whitford. Back it goes. Motek feature early in the game. Thomas McKenzie, nope, not that time. Looking back for a call, doesn't get one. Peter Matthews is looking at Peter's Battersby about one. Here's Tan, who bricks the layup, just went at the wrong side, didn't quite get his radar right there. Oh, bounce pass inside. McKenzie not able to get that one. It's deflected by the Lightning, who get it to Peter Sharp, and another turnover for the Lightning. It's been the story of their day. The Whitford could go to McKenzie here. It's a 2-on-1. He goes for three. He hits the three, and that was with 10 running in right behind, almost fouling him there as well. Okay. Isfield bringing it up. Goma takes it to hoop again. He's still going. But the rebound goes to Moritek, who's choosing to bring the ball up. Brighton look to play with a bit of pace all of a sudden. They've had a few fast breaks today, but generally being pretty controlled. Whitfield take another three, and not quite this time. Moritek with the offensive rebound. Passes it back out to Whitford. He looks over for Thomas McKenzie. Will he take a three? No, puts it on the floor, takes a couple on, out to Peter Matthews for three. No. Rebound comes back. Jacob Field, he's got two ahead of him. Wants to take it, and no. He wanted the dunk there, had two players ahead of him, ended up with a layup. It was a miss. Now at the other end, meanwhile, while Field's walking back, Moritek draws a foul underneath the hoop. Not quite ideal there. We've now got Cale Matthews coming back in for Peter Matthews. With 4 minutes to go in the game, we've got a 56-25 scoreline in favour of Brighton. Okay. And it's now 57-25, so this one's well and truly in the bag for them. We have now got McKenzie and Hal Matthews back into the game, the two dominant players for Brighton today. The only question is, will the crowd favourite Moulders get back into the game as well? He seems pretty comfortable on the sidelines at the moment, but let's see what happens through the rest of it. Gomer's back at the foul line again. He's starting to get there with regularity as the sting goes out of the game. Unfortunately, hasn't been too accurate with his free throws today. Here's the second one, and that one's better. Nothing but net. Moritek up court to Cale Matthews. What a save and pass to Jeff Whitford. McKenzie to Cale Matthews, and they're just teaming up there. Great job from Brighton, and it's 59-26. Peter Sharp with the miss. It goes to Dylan Gomer, who, again, just the field goals aren't dropping for him today. Offensive rebound for the Lightning. Here's Jacob Field going at it, and he's still going to the hoop. He really wants to throw one down this afternoon. And speaking of the crowd favourite, Moulders is coming back into the game for Jeff Whitford, who's just played at a nice, steady, controlled place. And he has a smile with his teammates as Brighton look to wrap up a title. Of course, Brighton a regular feature in the men's 2 grand final. They've returned for another winter season to defend said title, and they've got it done pretty comfortably today against the Lighthouse Lightning, who, well, we can say it just hasn't been their day today. They had some shots early in the game which were gettable. They didn't drop, and then they seem to drop their confidence, start forcing it, a lot of unnecessary turnovers, and they've just never really quite got into a rhythm. Jacob Field's been pretty good for them, doing a lot of the work, but he's needed a bit more assistance out there. We do have a stoppage in play here for something. Daniel Greer he's usually a pretty fair communicator, but I'm not quite sure what that one was about. Anyway, Tristan Prentice with the ball here for the Lightning. Here's Tan, who... Oh, no look pass there. He's got some interesting ideas out there on the court. Fortunately, that time, the Brighton team were deflecting the ball out of court rather than securing it. And so the Lightning with a rebound through Champness, who misses. And there's Moulders with another rebound. Chucks it ahead nonchalantly over to Rotek. Will he pull the three? No. It's now with Kyle Matthews. Where's he going to go? Here's Moulders. No. Fakes the three. Rotek. Very slow motion fake up with the shot and over to a teammate from Moulders there. Just doing it nicely. McKenzie with the inbound. He goes to Kyle Matthews, who passes it back inside to McKenzie. What a play. Those two have a sensational dynamic and really are the joint players of the game today. I don't want to have to split them. They've been outstanding, both of them, for various reasons in their roles and have led the Brighton A team to a comfortable victory over Lighthouse Lightning. There's another turnover on cue. Kyle Matthews, what's he going to do with this one? Just takes the layup. 65-27. I think the Lightning are looking to get this one over and done with. Now, Dylan Gomer is still going for it, though. Lots of contact with Moulders and no call either way there. It was a really potentially nasty collision. Not that there was any malice in the play, just two bodies going at each other from different directions. And referee Daniel Greer said, no, play on. This time, Gomer goes around Moulders and is unable to get the layup. Rotek throws one up, almost gets his own rebound. No, there's Field, and once again, finishing the game with the Lightning offensive. Field getting the rebound, running the floor, bringing the ball up. It's out to Tristan Prentice, and that's a nice finish for the Lighthouse Lightning to get the margin under 40 points. Final score, 67-30. Congratulations to Brighton A on winning the Men's 2 Grand Final. And, of course, very shortly we have the Men's 1 Grand Final coming up between Corner and CityLight.
Supported by LIFE FM Adelaide, SA Church Basketball Livestream. We are more than basketball, bringing you today's broadcast of community, faith and basketball.
Great sportsmanship there from Okawelu, and got the steal as well. Unbelievable. But if you can do both, that's amazing. Deserves to finish. That is more than basketball.
Just one final note from the Brighton and Lighthouse Lightning game. We have got some top scorers available to you, which were very reflective of how the game went. Of course, Kyle Matthews with 27 points. Thomas McKenzie with 20 points. He was also very big inside on the rebounds. Okay, and those two collectively were able to combine for 47 points out of the 67 from Brighton. We also had Bill Moulders with 7 points there, while Jacob Field was the key player for Lighthouse Lightning, who unfortunately are unable to defend their title from the summer season, but nevertheless will celebrate the fact that they were able to get to another grand final and will be rewarded as such with some medals. Now, congratulations to Brighton A. They played a fantastic game. They really controlled the pace of it. Nice, slow and steady a lot of the time, but also were able to create some looks in transition for their most athletic and dynamic player in Kale Matthews. So at the end of the game, 67-30, and job well done for Brighton. We will see you soon for the Men's 1 Grand Final between Corner and CityLight.
Supported by LIFE FM Adelaide, SA Church Basketball Livestream. We are more than basketball, bringing you today's broadcast of community, faith and basketball.
Great sportsmanship there from Okawelu, and got the steal as well. Unbelievable. But you can do both, that's amazing. Deserves to finish, that is more than basketball.
Supported by LIFE FM Adelaide, SA Church Basketball Livestream. We are more than basketball, bringing you today's broadcast of community, faith and basketball.
Great sportsmanship there from Okawelu, and got the steal as well. Unbelievable. What you doing, boys? That's amazing. Deserves to finish that. Is more than basketball.
Supported by LIFE FM Adelaide, SA Church Basketball Livestream. We are more than basketball, bringing you today's broadcast of community, faith and basketball.
Great sportsmanship there from Okawelu, and got the steal as well. Unbelievable. But you do both, that's amazing. Deserves to finish that. He's more than basketball.
Supported by Life FM Adelaide, SA Church Basketball Livestream. We are more than basketball, bringing you today's broadcast of community, faith and basketball.
Great sportsmanship there from Okawelu, and got the steal as well. Unbelievable. But if you can do both, that's amazing. Deserves to finish. That is more than basketball.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Welcome to the SA Church Basketball Livestream.
Bella will push the ball down the floor here. He'll run away with his swaddling and drops the floater in transition finally. What a bucket. That was awesome.
We are more than basketball, bringing you today's broadcast of community, faith and basketball.
Do it now. Rich for the dunk! Unbelievable! And he flexes.
Supported by Life FM Adelaide.
Great sportsmanship there from Okawelu, and got the steal as well. Unbelievable. But if you can do both, that's amazing. Deserves to finish. That is more than basketball.
It's game time, so let's go live now.
Right there, ladies and gentlemen. That is more than basketball. If you've ever seen it. If you've ever seen it.
CityLight have won the last 3 grand finals in the community competition, but the corner present plenty of current and former NBL1 talent as they look to take the title for the first time since their 2023 summer win over St. Peter's Old Collegians. Again, we have these two meeting in the decider of the Sacba Grand Final men's 1 game between Corner Uniting A and CityLight. Welcome back, everyone, to Game 3 of the afternoon here at the State Basketball Centre. James White with me, who did a magnificent job in commentary while I was out there busting my backside on the floor this afternoon, my friend. Hello, James. I'm back.
Hey, TP. Yeah, I definitely appreciate it. I can be relegated now back to my more normal role of special comments, and really looking forward to calling this game between some people who are highly recognisable for a variety of reasons. So
100% looking forward to the battle between Brandon Traeger and Adam Brown. Brown with 28 points per game, the former South Adelaide Panther NBL1 player. And Brandon Traeger, of course, in that vein as well, 27 points per game. We're going to have the pre-game prayer, and we're ready to go. It's me. It is me. Hang on a sec.
sorry for the technical difficulty there.
I knew I'd forgotten something. Responsible for the pre-game prayer this afternoon. And here we go, ready to go. Now it'll be Jack King in the tap as that one goes out of bounds. And I think that was, is that Daniel Brown in the tap?
Yes, it was.
Well, you know, the good thing is it's going to be Brown, Brown or Brown. So as we know, as Mees Day has it, here to King for 3 and roll, not quite. Buring comes down with it.
Well, we had BC earlier, and I was trying to remember what that stood for, but we got Brown, 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 Brewing, Cotterill, and Campbell out there.
As Adam Brown goes for the 3 early, Traeger with that matchup. Verby was out there as well, trailing after Brown. In fact, Verby originally had that matchup. They're sort of switching it every single time, City Light on Brown currently, as he draws the foul on the left hand. And I can tell you, one of the things that you've got to do with Adam Brown, James, is you've got to keep him on his right side, because once he gets on his left side, he's just such a damaging player on that left hand.
All the tactics in the world won't help you if you let him go to his favoured side. It's not that he can't go right. It's just that his left is so explosive and dynamic that you sort of got to give up something, and the right has to be it.
So Adam Brown, as we said, 28.1 points per game this season in men's one. He's sort of been right up the top. City Light came through the qualifiers a bit unusually, because normally they are top 2.
For sure, they haven't had it quite their own way this season. I know they had a pretty poor loss to Unley at one point as well. Some of the other teams have challenged City Light and Corner at times, but here they are on the big stage again. Grand final-wise, the intensity wasn't really quite there in the summer season one, so it'll be interesting to see if they set it up now that they're in winter.
The finish. The fast start here to Corner. Now, if I recall, Corner got the fast start last time before City Light came over the top and won the last title. It's King for 2. Can't get it.
They did, but it was a slow, methodical, fast start, if you like. It didn't feel like they were playing that game. They were playing more City Light's game, but actually doing well with it for a half. But ultimately, City Light came over the top of them as Brown gets in for the reverse layout. And these looks are already better than what they were getting in their last grand final, when it was pretty much all perimeter shots.
Meestay will slow it down. Pretty much played every single City Light grand final has Meestay over the last few seasons. As there's a great finish there from Traeger with the triple. And we have got Traeger versus Brown.
Well, that's a perimeter shot, but he's one player you definitely don't want shooting it from.
No, you're right about that.
Outside or anywhere, really.
As Brown has it again. There he is on the left hand, and drawing and one again. And that coverage just has to be so tight on that left hand.
You can see as well with the way that the game's been officiated, these guys know these teams. They know the players who are out there, and it's going to be interesting to see how they respond to that, because I know somebody who officiates, sometimes when you come up against players who you're not familiar with, ones you've never seen before, you're trying to figure out how they play as you're going, but Steve Graves and Grant Andrew would very well know how to call this game before it's even started.
I loved you mentioning the Sacba referees this afternoon. Of course, all our broadcasts brought to you by and supported by LIFE FM Adelaide. Make sure you listen to the Saturday scorecard each Saturday morning. And I did hear that maybe one of the hosts of the Saturday scorecard was going to come down and watch a couple of games today, actually. We were talking about it on the radio this morning as we were previewing the 36ers game against Panathinaikos, if I said that correctly, tomorrow night.
Panathinaikos,
that's it. Got a few players I know that'll be you've got to get that right. Jordan Dodman at the free throw line. Dodman, free throw, no good. 7 points per game this season for Jordan Dodman. So lineup of 7 today. No Tom Giles this afternoon. No Matthew Regnes either by the looks of things.
Yeah, Giles, of course, a massive out. We saw it in the New Year Classic earlier in the year and in the last grand final. When it gets to the later stages of the game, while players get more tired, they don't get any shorter. And his size and his IQ out there was critical to SA and City Light winning those games. Without him today, let's see how his teammates are able to play this one out.
How good was he in A reserves, though, Tom Giles? Like, in that final, he was so important, especially down the stretch. It
felt like for most of the tournament, he was sort of coasting and everybody else had it rolling. He didn't really do as much as he perhaps was capable of. But then when it hit the grand final, he just stepped up big time, was the difference between the two teams.
It's Adam Brown with that drive there. A couple more shots coming up for Brown. It's going to be so hard to stop. The highest scorer in the New Year Classic in the A reserves grade for South Australia, Adam Brown. A big-time tournament in Melbourne, part of that championship team. A lot of players here in that team, like Ivan Juric to our left here. As Verby's got it here. Like the way Verby plays, he's just there. He's the go-to lockdown guy, isn't he? He's a bit like
the stopper.
He's Mitch Norton, isn't he? Like, you know, from the Brisbane Bullets. Traeger for three, bang! Oh, Traeger time. He's already up and running this afternoon. And the Traeger train, when it gets rolling, James, there's Brown. Oh, my goodness. A long way out, Brown. And here we go.
Yeah, he's definitely locked in today. And I've heard Jonathan Measday say in the past, if he gets a couple early, there's nothing you can do. You can't stop him. Where he's hit a couple early, City Light's on 3 team fouls. How many is he going to get today, TP?
Oh, who knows? Luke Brown now hands it off here to Adam Brown.
Oh, no, I wouldn't guard him with your hands
again.
down.
Oh!
They're lucky there. You can see he's playing for the drive, playing for the crossover. You got to get those arms up and not let him shoot it.
That's a quintessential heat check right there.
Oh.
Verby for 3. Oh,
I think it was the right heat check, though. That was well and truly. He was well and truly within his rights to take that one.
There's a foul there on Measday.
Speaking of taking it, Measday takes the foul.
Measday, terrific leader of our South Australian crew for the New Year Classic. The last couple of years has passed the baton over to Lauren Whitbread, who is in the crowd here somewhere. If that might be over here on the bench. I know she's here somewhere. Yeah, so we're really looking forward to Loz's leadership within that. She leads us to Perth in 2026. Dodman out here to Verby, now to King. He's just so good at being able to create space in transition. Battersby and Dodman with the little hook. And all of a sudden we're back to 5, 13-8. So City Light all of a sudden getting a few points back here. These teams have runs consistently as Adam Brown is already heading towards the double-figure mark early in this game.
Well, he's sort of like the human home run, isn't he? Like, he has his own runs within games, and right now he's just on a massive one. And
it's Jack King on the left. The corner want to run. Great job to our camera crew and our scoreboard assistants here. 15-10. This one's going to be a bit fast-paced. Brown now guarded here by Battersby. Brown driving. So it'll be a baseline ball.
And trouble as well, like we mentioned it when the Brick brothers in an earlier game today. Adam Brown has a good team around him because you know if he does get shut down for a few minutes, then Luke Brown can take over.
Daniel Brown takes that 3. Oh, no. There's a rebound there to Buring. He's been an important part of this corner team because you got the likes of Campbell and Cotterill that get those rebounds, but Buring's been one of those guys that, in playing them this season, James, it's been great on those boards and giving them those secondaries. As Brown gets coverage here, it's a long way out. Ooh.
He's sort of the mediator in the team, isn't he? You sort of know what you're going to get in terms of dynamics from the other players, but he's someone who does a little bit of everything to blend the team together.
It's King for 2. Oh, that's lovely from King, and all of a sudden it's back to a single basket. 15-12. 5 fouls already on City Light. Remembering that 8 fouls means they'll be over the limit in terms of fouls as we're halfway through this opening half. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday afternoon basketball. The final day of the season in winter. Enjoying the foul there. Jordan Dodman, normally not that emotive when it comes to that, but the foul's going to be on him. And we got a timeout here to Corner Uniting. We don't usually get timeouts from these two. They normally just continue to run up the field.
I was going to say that.
I should say.
I think they like to get their money's worth out of the game, if you know what I mean. And, you know, when the clock stops, well, you know, it's free money for the referees, isn't it? But today, you know, well, the clock stops today. We got different timing rules on the game. Usually it would run and, you know, it'd be down to around the 9-minute mark by the time the free throws or the play has eclipsed. And yet today, well, your timeouts, they stop the clock. You may as well use them, hadn't you? You still get your money's worth.
100% on that one. You're right about the timeout. stopping the clock, which is going to be very important in the context of games. Look, these two have had some great battles, and it's 1-2 in favour of CityLight this season, actually. So you look at the round 5 game, 61-66, CityLight won that one. And Traeger and Brown, as I talked about, Brown had 43 points and Traeger had 36 in that battle. And then Daniel Brown and Jake Battersby had 15 each. And then you go back to round 7 a couple of weeks later, Corner 39, CityLight 48. Brown had 20 and Traeger had 28. And it was Luke Brown with 9 and Battersby with 8. And then you look at the next battle, Corner got the win in their last game against them by a point. And Traeger and Brown, once again, top scorers. So they never stop each other. They just go toe-to-toe.
Yeah, it may just be a case of who outscores each other today. Like, if Brown outscores Traeger, you probably think Corner wins. And then if Traeger outscores Brown, you probably think CityLight wins. And everybody else is sort of just doing their bit. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's going to come down to what those two do.
So Luke Brown at the free throw line makes second. And of course, we've got one of our great CityLight players in the green arrow. Eddie Armitage, I think, is tuning in from overseas, from what I'm not overseas, I should say, in the state, I should say. I think he's over in Perth at the moment, actually. So there's Dodman.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's weird seeing CityLight out there without the green arrow.
I know.
And he's such an influencer. Like, the way that he makes one big shot and it gets everybody up and running, he's somebody who really lifts the team and has been a great teammate for them over a number of years.
There's Brown again on the left hand. They'll stop him on this occasion. Campbell looking to drive one way or the other. Back up, top here to Brown. Brown. They did a good job forcing him into a tough shot.
Yep, that'll be no score.
We'll see what the referee's call is here. Grant Andrew. No basket. There you go. That's the call from Grant Andrew. As Cotterill comes into the game for Campbell. We'll have a breather. 16-12 here. 6 fouls on CityLight at the moment. Here's Traeger for 3. Good rebound for Brown. Off, stripped of it by King. And then King nails the 3 for the corner. No. Nearly.
Yeah, it took a few steps there to get it up. But
yeah, he did. Athletic.
Almost Ray Allen-like.
It was. Brown now to Brown. That one's short. And it just rolls nicely to King without any too much disdain. As Battersby tries to drive. Going through, I think that's that Donman rolling through. Oh, yeah. It is hard to get in the path of the big man when he wants to go like that. And Brown again. Adam Brown, I reckon he's already up to probably 75% of Corner's points at the moment from Adam Brown. As King now drains one, and King and Traeger want to work together to try and down this Corner team. We're back to a 1-point game.
Yeah, it's interesting watching King out there. It's the first time that I've actually seen him. I've seen many CityLight players, but he's the one where I'm going, oh, who's that type of thing. But
I've seen him plenty of times. I've seen Jack King plenty of times.
There you go. I guess
Better guard him a few times too. Traeger now.
But he's definitely brought an intensity to CityLight after the big corner start, which has really helped them get back into the game, and they've got a chance to take the lead here.
Well, he's had some opportunities at NBL 1 level as well as King. And he's just a lights-out shooter when he gets rolling like that. And all of a sudden, CityLight have hit the front, and that triggers the Urich Meestay substitution. Once they're in front, here they come.
That's probably pretty fitting as well, because I was just talking about how he's given his team a lift as Adam Brown scores at the other end again. But, yeah, CityLight looking a little bit flat early, but a couple of big hoops from King and also some good work on the boards, as we saw before, hustling. Not able to score this time, CityLight, and so Corner will go offensively back the other way.
And so Meestay and Urich, who checks into the game for the first time for Dodman and then for Verby. So just to highlight that point, so before that basket to Corner, it's been a 9-17 run in favour of CityLight. So like we talked about, that methodical, slower start from Corner, and then CityLight just evening it up again. Here's Brown. Now here to Brown. Not the Adam variety. Out to the Daniel variety. In fact, that was Luke, sorry. Golly, it gets confusing out there sometimes.
You know, it's Brown or Brown or Brown, yeah. Even some of the jersey numbers as well, you know, the 34 and the 43 inverted, and then 31.
I mean, why can't you pick some jersey numbers that aren't so similar? I mean...
well, I think they might have got the idea off the Antetokounmpos.
Oh, yes, that's right.
You know, being 34 and 43. I don't know. Are their parents born in a 3 and 4 year like Giannis's are? I don't know. We'll have to check that one out.
No, you're right. Luke Brown now at the free throw line.
There's
some impact so far.
Definitely a lot of familiarity because I played with and being coached by Ivan Juric, and then I also coached Jake Battersby back in the day.
So corner back in front. Lead's only changed a couple of times in this game so far. Has been corner mainly. CityLight making their move, and King, it's been very good. Oh, they left Traeger open for 3, and this time he couldn't hurt him. Oh, King, alert on the boards, gets the and one as well. The King rising on Saturday afternoon basketball.
Well, it's interesting the way the game's flow. Are you better off leaving Traeger just completely wide open, hoping he'd miss rather than semi-contesting it? Because I feel like he hits all the semi-contested ones. But then when he's wide open, it's like he's too wide open and gives him time to think about it and puts him out of his rhythm. It's your best chance of catching him off guard.
There's some semi-box outs there that are being missed by both sides. So 22-23 here. CityLight with the lead again. Brown again. Oh, counted as well for Adam Brown. Goodness me. I'm going to see if I can get a score check on Adam Brown. Got 3 fouls on someone down there. And there's another one for Brown. I'm going to try and get a running score in a minute. Might ask our producing team if they can just check to see how many 31 has for corner. It's Battersby. There's going to be a foul here. And timeout here to corner.
Yep. Just the 6 players for corner, of course, and using their timeouts regularly to...
Just trying to space the game out, aren't they? 100% on that one.
Well, I know through having played in quite a few corner versus CityLight games, they've actually been my most common appearance in an A grade. The games are usually pretty loose. They're not very physical. Interesting that CityLight have already racked up 8 fouls. They're clearly trying to lift their defense earlier in the game. It'll be interesting to see if corner tighten up a bit later because normally they're pretty focused on just, you know, keeping your man in front of you, letting the outside shot go. But against CityLight, that's a tough way to play defense because they've got so many good outside shooters.
100% on that one. And of course, James, today might be the last day of winter, but not too long until summer starts again. October 18, and guess what? Registrations are open for new teams for the Sacba summer competition. A lot of games being played here at the State Basketball Centre. We're going to have games at Noarlunga, down at Concordia College, at St. Peter's again, and of course at Peruna Spencer Newton Centre, Scotch College, as most people know it as.
Maybe get some St. Michael's games in there as well.
Might get some St. Michael's games in there as well. Absolutely. And Emmanuel College, of course, where a lot of the junior action happens. So plenty of summer action for basketball. So been thinking about it, been thinking about putting your team into our competition. Now's the time to start thinking about putting that team together and entering our grades. Especially love to see 3 grades in the women. That would be fantastic to see that across the board. Nearly tipped in there by Traeger. Very close. Not quite.
I was just going to say, I've been involved in a lot of different basketball competitions. It's probably the most fun one that I've been part of.
There's just great community, isn't there, and great banter amongst the players. I mean, the game I had before, you saw me, I was having a chat with the opposition player and, just asking how you going and, how's things been. And Apparently there's a problem with the gate outside and, little things like that. So
Yeah, I know what you mean with the banter, because I might have run past a couple of players who I know and said, "You want to play for us today?" And I was actually thinking the same thing.
Well, James, we know what a lights-out shooter you can be.
Occasionally, but I'm definitely the definition of hot and cold. But
It's taken here by Brown again.
I'll take the hot ones.
100% on that one. It's Brown for 3. And what a first half he is happening. Can't wait to get the update at halftime to see how he's going.
Just can't go under those screens, can
Just
you?
cannot. No, not at all. Meestay, meanwhile, he lines it up and puts it down. Like, that was quintessentially Jonathan Meestay. It was 3-stay-like, wasn't it?
Yes, it's definitely. Oh, almost.
He might line up again here if Traeger can see him. But Brown picked it off. Kept it in play.
Yeah, Meestay trying to take the foul.
And finishes.
Meestay knew what was coming there.
It was coast to coast.
He's got that veteran use about him, doesn't he?
He was like, I was done before I even got the step there. King now. And that is automatic there. King is having a first half as well. This is a very entertaining game of basketball. Minute 30 to go here, James, till halftime.
Yeah, it was very interesting seeing Meestay in a different role when he played a game of Div 5 against us earlier in the season. So, and of course, Eddie Armitage out there carrying the team as well.
That's Cotterill.
Amazing shooting.
Looks to drive. CityLight over the limit in terms of fouls. Corner on 6. Traeger now. Nice up for that. Now back here to Brown. Across here to Brown again. Verby. Not quite. CityLight back the other way. Here's Meestay again. He was thinking about it. He had Brown in front of him. Juric now. Sliding the ball wide here to King for another 3. Down it goes. That is a lot of triples already. King had 20 triples in the main season. So he's deadly from outside, as we know, James.
He's got 3 already, I reckon, today.
I reckon you're right. The CityLight have the lead by 2. Brown again. They're really going to him at the moment. Traeger, great feed there to King. He was thinking about number 4. Traeger inside. Couldn't get the finish. Uring has it now back to Brown. Last 20 seconds of this opening half. Brown picks it up here.
There's the one you want.
Luke Brown for 3. Can't get it. Shot clock to 9, to 8, to 7. Brown with it. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds,
Here we go.
2 seconds. Brown
Bit more
on
on that
buzzer.
one. Oh.
Not quite. And that'll bring us to halftime here. And CityLight have the lead by 2, despite trailing by as many as 8 early in this game. They lead it by 2 at halftime, 32-30 here, James.
Yeah, looking around, we got some good games going on elsewhere that are quite tight. We got a 7-pointer right behind us on court 4 between the young fellas, and then Coros and PAC are in a 2-point game over on court 6, and that one's a little bit lower scoring, but definitely well and truly a tight game.
We'll get some stats here at halftime, find out a little bit about what's going on around the grounds, and we'll be back soon with more SA Church basketball here on the live stream at the State Basketball Centre.
Supported by LIFE FM Adelaide, SA Church basketball live stream. We are more than basketball, bringing you today's broadcast of community, faith and basketball.
Great sportsmanship there from Okawelu, and got the steal as well. Unbelievable. But if you can do both, that's amazing. Deserves to finish. That is more than basketball.
Welcome back, everyone, here to the State Basketball Centre. Game 3 of the day. the men's one grand final between Corner United and City Light with Tristan TB Prentice and James Boyd here. Adam Brown has 25 points in this game so far. And only the other scorer in this game is Luke Brown with 5. And that's the Corner's 30 points. And for City Light, Jack King has 18 in this game already. So I think you might be right. He's got 4 triples in this game already at least.
Yeah, like I said, it's the first time I've seen him play, but what he's done offensively and in terms of some of his hustle plays as well. Also on Adam Brown right now, though he did get screened here. Let's see what Browning does. 3-pointer, not that time.
So they might be changing their coverages here, City Light, just trying to throw something different at him. I think that's the thing. Got to constantly keep him guessing when he's a player like that. Traeger rolls it in. And Traeger now up to 9 points.
Well, they've got the City Light have a lot of good players on this team, and perhaps the best way of handling Brown, I don't know that sticking one player on him for the entire game would work.
The only thing is just trying to make someone beat you.
Yeah.
As there he is. He's got his 27th of the game now.
I mean, from memory in the last grand final, I think Ivan Juric went on him for a little bit and actually did a pretty good job.
Absolutely. Difficulty thing with Ivan is that the lateral movement as Juric comes up short. Want to watch back in the replay of that one. But he subs himself out.
Well, we have seen him come to the bench after a 3-point shot before, but it's usually a buzzer-beating 3-point make.
That is true.
Not an early 3-point shot in the second half that doesn't clip the ring.
You're right about that. He did make a big buzzer beater in a previous grand final, did Ivan Juric. Who could forget that? All the good memories. Campbell now, here to Brown. Back the other way. I've got a few of these matchups between these two now, James, and we know what they're about, these two. It's that familiarity. It's like that Melbourne versus Perth matchups we saw in the early 2000s in the NBL. We know that familiarity between the sides.
Out of court there. Yeah, and of course we were talking about the New Year Classic Carnival earlier, and we did spot a few representatives sitting on the bench for City Light, that being the Lady Lights team supporting the boys out there on the court. Lauren Whitbread was out there shooting around, but I don't know that she really needs any practice, though, she TP.
Well, we saw during the NBL 1 season how deadly she was from outside. Hit a game winner up at the East Mavericks, of course. There's Traeger. Oh, wow. That made a noise that was just not great to hear, wasn't it? It was just a thud as it rolled in.
It went in and they're up by 4 points.
That's
so
exactly right.
Slight breathing space. 4 points feels like a lot in one of these games for some reason.
Absolutely. Luke Brown now for 3, and he knocks it down. There's Luke Brown. Luke Brown.
You just know that there's going to be a patch where Adam Brown has quite a couple of minutes and Luke Brown just comes and takes over. Traeger for 3.
Down it goes from Traeger.
That's what I mean with the semi-contested ones. When he's got somebody around him, he seems to bury him more than when, everybody collapses on somebody else and he's just standing there wide open. It's like he just doesn't expect to be wide open and not used to it.
Well, City Light have the lead by 4 here, 39-35. Brown with the floater. It's his time at the moment. Luke Brown. Luke skywalking at the moment.
You can imagine Daniel Brown's going to hit a couple of shots at some point too. It's Brown, and Brown, 100% of their scoreline.
It's taken here by King.
It'd be very ironic if Corner changed their uniform and wore Brown.
It would be. So taken here by Verby. And they're after Luke Brown at the moment. And King is just absolutely looking at Adam Brown and just keeping him out of things, chasing him over screens. So they are putting length on him to try and deter him. Cotterill for 3. And I think that's what you want to be doing in terms of City Light. Just make someone else beat you. As Verby in transition. What a pass from Traeger. Wow. The margin 5. That's the biggest lead of the game for City Light right now. Campbell on the right. Dribbling around, trying to make things happen.
Yeah, dribbles through the key without much defense, but not even looking to score. It's definitely the Brown factor for Corner.
Certainly is. Verby, good defense out to Buring. Back out here to Cotterill. Good defense. Dodman throws it up there, and there is Buring on the offensive boards, and Brown is going to be the resulting recipient Couldn't get it. Almost there. Verby again. Great feed to Traeger and finishes. How's the feed from Verby? Timeout corner. And City Light are having their run right now. 6-0 run to the team from the Western Glenelg area.
Yeah, such a different game from what we saw a couple of weeks ago. Sorry, not a couple of weeks ago, but last season between Corner and City Light. The intensity is just sky high at the moment, whereas, you know, it was a bit like a Sunday stroll last time. It didn't really look like a grand final, with the exception of the skills, of course. From an intensity point of view, they were, you know, pretty relaxed out there, but you can see both teams really want to win this one and are going very hard at it. Early on in the game, Corner were having their way. City Light definitely to start this second half are just getting the kinds of shots that they want. By the looks of it, they're playing box and one now on Adam Brown, and of course you can play that in many different ways. It can simply be an on-ball box and one where you let them get the ball and then try and collapse on them, or it can be a tight denial, or it can be something completely different that I won't mention. But at the moment, it's just tight denial, trying to stop him get the ball, make him run around as much as possible. He still looks pretty energetic out there at the moment, of course. Looks like they've gone back into a man-to-man defense now as well. So just changing it up and giving some different looks to City Light and trying not to let Corner get too used to them and have too much of a rhythm.
We'll get some score updates from the first lot of games, 1 o'clock to 2:15 at the next break in play. Adam Brown misses that one. 6 points the margin. So it's 7-11 since the halftime break in favour of City Light. Verby from outside. Traeger, no one boxed him out and he couldn't finish it.
Again, what was I saying?
I was on the end of one of those little volleyball spikes from Dodman that went in early in the season as Traeger knocks it down. Biggest margin of the game, mate, is 9.
There you go. Typical BT right there. Misses the wide open putback and then dribbles into the 3 and just smashes it down.
There's Luke Brown for 3. Down it goes.
They badly needed that one, did Corner. It's Luke Brown's time at the moment. That's the thing. You can't stop all the Browns at once.
100% on that one. Yeah, Brown now into double figures. Along with Adam Brown. Oh, he's king from a long way out. Just a little too far out.
Probably not the time for him to be taking that shot for them. Didn't
just
feel
balancing
right.
your time, isn't it? Yeah. There's Luke. Out here and down on the floor.
Because they have the 6-point lead and they've had the better of the play and been getting the shots that they want. But Corner is still right there as well. Probably didn't need that one. Probably could have got something a bit better, or at least ran a little bit more clock before having to take a shot like that.
100% on that one. Campbell on the baseline. Puts it wide here to Daniel Brown. Campbell just dribbling his way, looking for Adam Brown. And there's the finish there from guess who? Daniel Brown this time, was it?
No, it was Luke
That
again.
was Luke again?
Number 43.
Wow. So he's up to 15 in the game now.
Number 43 gets them the 43.
It certainly does. And I think that'll be a violation.
Well, I think it was either going to be an outer court or a backcourt violation, but Jack King just wanted to go for the kickball for something different, you know.
So 3 points the margin.
If anyone was punting on what that was going to be, if you had a kickball there, then you would have got some money.
It's Brown. Here from Buring. Back here to Luke Brown. Is that Adam Brown, sorry. He's had the ball so much, Luke Brown, I keep thinking it's him. And off the hand of Traeger, was it? Or he didn't touch it?
Well, he's not looking back.
He's walking the other way.
That's a walk-off.
That is, indeed.
That was a little cricket light there.
It was a little bit. King now. Out here to Battersby. Battersby over the top of Buring for 3. Knocks that down. And we know Jake Battersby hit a big shot in a final a few years ago as well. For City Light, I think it was against Big Sunday multiple years ago. That's a long time ago. That's Luke Brown again. Oh, my goodness. You would be forgiven for the fact that they switched jerseys at halftime,
Yeah.
and he's just stolen the talent from the brother right now. Mees Day for 3. Can't get it. Dodman on the boards, and this time Campbell did get some hands in the back.
I was trying to think for like a relevant comment to it, and the best comment I can go back to, the Central District Bulldogs in the Sample in the early 2000s when they were winning premiership after premiership and you didn't know which Gowns was who.
Oh, that was a classic.
That's my best comparison for what the two Browns have been able to do in this game.
That's a really great comparison, actually. I was trying to think of a good one there. You nailed it again, James.
Yeah, I did watch a fair bit of the Gowns boys, and, you know, two of the best players that I've never seen play AFL who I've watched play Aussie rules. So
yes, Dodman gets that finish. 46-52. Halfway through this, almost halfway through this second half here. Round going up. No score there. Fouls on 21, Jake Battersby. So here we go. Brown again. They leave Daniel Brown open.
Oh, that was the one, because as I was saying, eventually he was going to hit
open,
one.
didn't they? King, coast to coast, and draws the foul nicely, does Jack King. And that's the thing about Jack King at the moment, transition, James.
Yeah, his athleticism is proving a problem for corner. If there's like one weakness in that team, it's having that, you know, tall, athletic type build to be able to go with him, to be able to go with Traeger as well. They've got, you know, some players who are good rebounders, and they've obviously got the skills with the Browns, but Daniel Brown probably the most in the mold of Jack King. Yeah, and Daniel Brown as well, like I mentioned about, you know, eventually, surely he's going to hit a couple of threes. He's a great player in his own right. He's some third wheel. Like, he does a lot of third wheeling, but I've seen games where he's hit 5 or 6 threes.
Absolutely. It's a case of which one do you pick, isn't it? So Campbell. Oh, here's Adam Brown. Oh, there he is. He's reappeared. Made himself disappear and reappear again on the three-point line.
I think it might be a bit of Adam Brown time, though Luke Brown is still looked in and will get a couple of shots up here as well.
There has been CityLight's second half, hasn't it? As Battersby for 3. Dodman just so good at being able to get the ball back in the favour.
That was basically an assist there.
It certainly was. So 19-24 since half-time in favour of CityLight at this point of the game. Brown now. Back here comes King again in transition. It's been great tonight. Well, this afternoon, I should say.
Might have got away with the foul on it.
He just...
That'll be all of corner's timeouts used now too. So
yeah, it certainly will. But it gives us a great opportunity, James, to have a look at some of these results as to what's happened around the courts here at Wayville. As we said, 7 courts of action all happening. So we start over on court 3, and Two Hoops Giants, 29 to the Greenlight Black, 21. Close game there in the, I think that's the 12s, boys. And then in the 16s, we've got Trinity that won 41-35 over Onley Park Baptist. In the men's 11 grade, Lighthouse Lightning men's B take it out over Old Concordians MC. And then, of course, we saw our game, Brick Brothers 71 over Burnside 37 earlier in the broadcast today. In the girls, 41-17 to the Two Hoops Lynx over Emmaus College girls White. Big game in the Christie's Beach. Get their first women's championship over Encounter Flames 56-20. So congratulations there to Christie's Beach. And great effort from Encounter Flames this season to get into that women's 3 final. We saw Brighton and Lighthouse, 37-point win to Brighton. Seeds uniting over Christie's Beach in the, I think that's the men's 5. I reckon it is. So Christie's Beach with that win there. The Two Hoops Mumbas over the Two Hoops Hornets, 34-22 in the 12s. Sunvales and Unley Park played out a 48-33 win.
Oh,
back here with the action.
It's Jake Battersby winning the loose ball. Up against it. Jake Battersby goes to spin. Adam Brown did not like that call from him. Grant Andrew. Yeah, that was quite a play. Somehow Jake Battersby came up with it and then basically did a 360.
So we just finished those results. Old Concordians men's B over Kings Baptist in the men's 8 grand final. St. Peter's Old Collegians E over F. They've had some close games this season, those two teams, and no doubt we will mention something about St. Peter's shortly, of course. The passing of William Bill Strangways. So all our thoughts and prayers go out to the St. Peter's community about that recent passing of a wonderful man who would have been out in his blue and white hat this afternoon cheering on St. Peter's. It's been a big part of the club since their formation in 1993. There's Campbell on that baseline.
Brown against Measday this time. Measday just took the foul.
So that men's 4 game would have been quite an emotional one between St. Peter's teams. And then we've got the games that are happening right now on the courts around us. So back to the action here. I do want to talk a little bit more about, of course, the great Bill. Such a huge part of our competition. Jake Battersby, that finish there. All of a sudden, it's out to 10.
Yeah, corner definitely not out of it with their shooting, but City Light just having the right matchups at the moment.
So here's Brown of the Luke variety, driving against Verby. He did a good job defending. Dodman out here. Out wide. Oh, can Battersby keep it in? He can. Unfortunately, he found Campbell. Now Brown again
This
on
is
his
his
left.
best chance.
He is. And he comes up short. Buring on the boards again. This is the job that he's been drafted in to do for the corner team. Luke Brown for 3. Down it goes.
Yeah, broken play. That was their best chance to get one because you can see with Traeger on Luke Brown and King on Adam Brown, corner are just struggling to get their half-court offense going. I mean, even if they manage to get past them, Jordan Dodman under the hoop has just been huge. He's been doing the Tom Giles roll out there. Today just sagging off his direct opponent and forcing the Brown boys into some tough shots. Too easy for Traeger that time. He's not going to miss that one. As talked about him missing some wide open ones, but probably not from there.
So 52-61 here.
That could be N1. I reckon they count that.
Let's just check what Grant Andrews says here.
Oh.
No score. And it's a pushing foul. And we go on baseline. $52-61. So 5 minutes to go here, James. It's getting close. But City Light had the ascendancy at the moment. Can corner make a comeback here? Brown for 3. Comes up long, just out of the reach of Dodman. Open lane here for Brown. Got it. And they're back within single figures.
That's a rare, close one. Like, they're relying a lot on 3-pointers, but it's kind of what they have to do, I think. You know, even if they're trading 2 for 3, it gives them the chance.
King now drives and draws.
And probably with where the game's at, you know, it could just about run a minute off the clock for City Light as well, which will be really handy for them at this point with a 7-point lead and a chance to make it a bit bigger.
It's been a big scoring second half so far. 29 points to 24 in favour of City Light. And this is what we like. We like these high-scoring finals. It's very entertaining. The defense hasn't been that bad either. It's just been better offense across the board from both sides. King makes that one.
Well, City Light took a while to get into their game at both ends. But since they've got into it, like, to be fair, the Browns have made some great plays and incredible shots in this game. But since that first few minutes, it hasn't been because they've been wide open. It's just because they are terrific players. City Light have shown why. They've been a multi-time champion, and even though they finished lower than corner this season, have had the better of the game since the first 5 minutes.
Broke his ankles! Oh, no!
Until then. Well, even then.
Oh, no,
like,
Verby!
Great defense. It was great defense and just an even better shot.
Oh, Lawrence was stuck in the desert there by Adam Brown. His feet were in quicksand. Traeger up top lead to King. Margin back to 6. Battersby had to think about it. Extra pass to Verby. Now inside Dodman. That is his prime position. Nailed himself down in the paint.
Yep, timely hoop as well.
57-65. That's what he does so well. Jordan Dodman. And that one wide for Adam Brown. And their coverage has been good in this second half, despite the fact that Luke Brown has been reining them in as well. The fast-paced game as Adam Brown takes the contact. I think the foul will be on Brown. Traeger now. The other way. Taken by Brown again. Back here to Traeger. Outlet pass here, looking for King. King pulls up in transition.
Yeah, trying to seal it there, but it gives corner a chance in transition. Here we go. Brown's going to go to the 3.
Oh, Luke Brown chases after it. Battersby
he does get
there as well.
Corner 3,
Gets
best
his own
chance.
board. Oh, and he'll get the O board. Verdi goes up hard. It's really on at the moment between these two. Minute 47 to go here.
Yeah, a couple of chances for corner there, and then a hard foul. It really needs. He makes the 2 free throws. It's a 2-possession game. That's why the King pull-up was so interesting. I mean, it would have been the dagger if it went down, but you know, there are opportunities to maybe get the lead to 10 with a bit more simple shot.
So a chance to cut it to a 2-basket game. 58-65 right now. Minute 47 to go. Hope you're enjoying it at home, ladies and gentlemen. This is a fantastic contest. Another classic between these two. And this one isn't over. Still plenty of time. Missing. No, made it. So we are 2 baskets the margin. Minute 45 to go. Who's going to step up and win this one for their side? Battersby has done it before. King now. Here to Verby. Back to King. King now. Open lane. No good. Buring comes down with it. Numbers in favour of corner. Brown. Back here to Luke Brown. Saw the opening. Draws the foul from Verby. Clock stops at minute 19. What are you seeing there, James, in terms of the intensity just running up here a little bit?
I think just at the moment there are some City Light players who are perhaps trying to seal it by getting the personal dagger, where there are other players who are content to, you know, run the clock a bit, be a bit more methodical, make sure that they win the game regardless of what time it is or who finishes it off. As a result, the last couple of possessions, they haven't been as clean and fluent as they have been in previous possessions. It's like some of them are trying to win the game and others of them are just trying to protect the lead, and that's given corner a little bit of a chance here as we come down to the final minute.
And it's only 4 points the margin. Still a 2-basket game. King had it away from him. Traeger open for 3. Long. Dodman, just a little strong. And, we've got ourselves a rebounding contest.
Yeah, he tackled Buring on that one.
He certainly did. And I have to say, Steve and Grant doing a fantastic job just controlling things out there. They know these players like to play hard. They're letting them play a bit, which is good to see. And calling the fouls when they need to. The corner will have the ball here.
I agree with you totally. They are 2 of the best controlling the game. They get some of the toughest assignments for any referee. Getting 100% of the calls correct. You know, you're never going to please everybody, but they do a terrific job of keeping the emotions in check.
As Brown gets a secondary opportunity and makes it count.
It's 2 points now.
We're down to a 2-point game here in the John Hurt Cup.
So corner don't need to foul. They just need to get a stop here. As Trey is trying to seal it himself, and he misses it. There's been a bit of that from City Light. Brown can either go for the tie or the lead. What's he going to do here?
Here we go. Corner with it. Brown
taking his time. Maybe get it to Luke Brown.
Buring now. Back out here to Brown. They're going to use as much of this time as they can. Clock to 15. It's Brown again, just
It's
like
Brown
it was
versus
in
Traeger.
Melbourne. We called it Brown versus Traeger. Needs some help. Flicks it out here. Brown. They've used a lot of clock.
Somebody else has got to
Somebody's
shoot
got to
it.
shoot it. This is
Here it
over for
is.
the win for Brown. He comes up short. And CityLight have won their 4th grand final in a row in the closest of finishes.
What about
63 to 65.
What about the defense from CityLight on that last play? Like
Tremendous.
to play like that, and they were on 17 fouls as well. They could not afford to foul because it would have been almost 2 automatic points unless they fouled someone other than the Browns. But you could see there that those two. Is it correct that they scored 100% of their team's points today? 2 players combining for 63.
It would be very, very close. We'll get those final scores shortly, but let's give plaudits to both sides. Terrific game of basketball. Only 2 points in it. Jordan Dodman just waving to the bench. And CityLight pick up their 4th title in a row by the barest of margins. But they get it done. They win the John Hurd Cup for the 4th time in a row.
Even that last shot from Adam Brown, he created some space to get it off. And even though it was like a one-legged runner, you still give him a chance. You feel like that's a 50-50 shot. And then the defense is right there to be able to defend it without fouling. It's a tough one as well. Oh, boy, I looked up at the clock. I didn't even realize that the buzzer had gone there at the end, too. It was such a sensational finish to the game. And congratulations to CityLight on getting the job done. But well played to Corner for a fantastic game. It looked like they were going to fade away and CityLight were going to run away with it, but Corner managed to hang in there. Some questionable shots from CityLight at times down the stretch. Didn't look like they were quite on the same page in how they wanted to close the game out, but that gave Corner a chance. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't quite make the most of it, and they lose a very, very tight grand final by 2 points, 65-63.
Just gathering up those final scores before I have to run off, of course, and do my last game of the day. Got an under 14s grand final to coach shortly.
Oh, I remember those days.
Oh, super fun, super fun. And this is our last chance. This is our last chance to get a 14s because we're going up to under 16s, of course, in summer. So, this will be our last one with that group in that grade. So we'll see how we go. Just having a look here. Thank you for bearing with us at home, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that was such a terrific grand final, though, wasn't it? It's just a fantastic game of basketball. Here we go. Slowly coming up. Let's have a look at the final numbers. And then we'll have the after-match presentations here. Adam Brown, 35 points. Luke Brown, 28. And you're correct. They scored 100% of their points this afternoon, 35 and 28, respectively. Traeger and King, not far off it, 23 and 25 each. King had 4 triples, so did Brandon Traeger. And then if we look at Adam Brown, 4 triples as well. Luke Brown with 5 triples. I reckon he was very important in this game, Luke Brown, because when they went to Adam Brown and tried to shut him down, Luke really stepped up, didn't he, this afternoon?
Well, he only had, 5 points in the first half. I reckon 23-point second half for Luke Brown for sure. But in the end, you mentioned about, Traeger and King, but some of the cameos when Measday hit that shot in the first half, Jake Battersby hitting a couple in the second half, those were so important to them to be able to combat the Browns, getting those extra contributions that perhaps Corner weren't able to get. You'd see Daniel Brown getting an open shot and unfortunately not being able to come close on that one, just not his day, unfortunately. And in the end, CityLight, with a combination of the offense of Traeger and King, some good defensive sets and tactics that they were able to do, plus the odd cameo from their role players, were able to get the job done. It looked like they were going to do it a bit more comfortably, but oh boy, that finish had you on the edge of the seat, right, TP?
100% on that one. What a great grand final it was. Now, James, I have to take off and coach this under 14s. We're going to go to a break here shortly, but I just want to point out just before I go, because obviously I won't be able to do the last game of the afternoon. You'll be taking proceedings from here, James, of course, between the Hope Valley Heat and Greenlight Black. Got a little intro for you there if you want to read through that when you get the chance. But of course, want to sign up for SA Church Basketball for the summer. October 18 is when it all kicks off. Make sure you get your teams in. Make sure you start getting your players together and register as soon as possible. Contact SA Church Basketball to get your registration in. And of course, Perth coming up. The representative tournament for us is the New Year Classic in Perth between the 2nd and the 9th of January. It will be in WA at Lakeside Recreation Centre. Head to SA Church Basketball socials and also website, and you'll be able to find all the information there. And also check out your courtside news that went out to all the members as well. Can't wait to have a read of that after today's proceedings. James, thanks for joining me on the commentary today. You've got one to go, but I'm out for the day. Thank you, everyone at home.
Yep, thank you.
No problem at all. We'll go into a break here and we'll be back soon with more basketball action shortly. It'll be the Youth Men's Grand Final between Hope Valley Heat and Greenlight Black.
Supported by LIFE FM Adelaide, SA Church Basketball live stream. We are more than basketball, bringing you today's broadcast of community, faith and basketball.
Great sportsmanship there from Okawelu, and got the steal as well. Unbelievable. But if you can do both, that's amazing. Deserves to finish. That is more than basketball.
Supported by LIFE FM Adelaide, SA Church Basketball Livestream. We are more than basketball, bringing you today's broadcast of community, faith and basketball.
Great sportsmanship there from Okawelu, and got the steal as well. Unbelievable. What you doing, boys? That's amazing.
All right. The inaugural Youth Men's Grand Final was taken out by 2 hoops. That can be often the case. 2 newcomers. Right. I'm going to start that one again. Testing. 1, 2. Testing. The inaugural Youth Men's Grand Final was taken out by 2 hoops. However, as often can be the case, there will be 2 newcomers fighting it out for the title today. The Hope Valley Heat have been burning away in the background, while Greenlight will be aiming to cross the finish line before the siren sounds. I'm James Woy, and I will be flying solo as the play-by-play commentator today for the Sacba Grand Final Youth Men's 1 match. In round 4, Hope Valley defeated Greenlight 49-22. In round 9, they backed up with a 37-23 win. However, Greenlight did get them in their most recent meeting in round 14, winning 32-29. All right, just got the prayer circle at the moment. Buzz is going to go off in the background. Looking at some key players for both teams. For Hope Valley, we've got Tom Herbert averaging 15.2 points per game, and Jordan Van Den Heuvel with 14. On the Greenlight side, they rely a lot on Jack Rodder, who's averaging 16.8 points per game. He's number 0. And one to watch, the next highest is Daniel Innes on 8.9.
Good, boys. Good start. Good start. Boys, just remember, shirts in or you can't come in the court, all right?
Greenlight with first possession off the tip. And the score is there for number 9, which is Davida Nasty. Hope Valley coming the other way. The 3-point shot is up and off the money. Rebound there. And turnover. And here's the man we were talking about. Number 0, Jack Rodder, is going to get himself to the free throw line. The foul is called on number 30, which is Benjamin Beadle. And Rodder will go to the free throw line for 2. Great start for Greenlight. Okay, 2 missed free throws from Rodder there. Probably wasn't expecting that. as Hope Valley come back the other way. Hope Valley Heat, of course, in the red and the blue against Greenlight in the green and black. And there's the 3-point shot. And that is for number 191, Jordan Van Den Heuvel, the second top scorer on the Heats team. The back down post move and almost a nice finish there from Lincoln Mumford. The third top scorer on Greenlight, of course. Another 3-point shot from the Heat. That one doesn't go down. But the Heat are able to get the offensive rebound through number 57, which is Aaron Vismeg. Some interesting names out there across both teams today. And there is the finish in transition, and that is from Lincoln Mumford. He does get this one to go as Greenlight close the gap to 4-5. Shot goes up and off the money. Greenlight's board. They got a chance in transition here. Jack Rodder's taken it. He doesn't go to pass. He did have the player open, and the Heat were able to get back and deflect the ball out of bounds. It will still be Greenlight possession, but they avoid giving up the 2 easy transition points. There's Innes with the ball right now. He steps back, shoots. That is from Jack Rodder. He didn't get the points the first time, but Innes gave it back to him that time, the second top scorer, and he's able to get himself on the board, 6-5. Point. Nope, not this time for the Heat. Rebounded there. That was a nice one there from Isaiah Walters. Okay, here's Rodder, and he's going to be called for a charging foul. That was number 30, Benjamin Beadle, taking the charge, and both referees were on point, signalling the charging call there. Not too much complaint, and an obvious one with the Heat going back the other way. It's a 3-point shot. No, it's deflected and out of bounds. Early sub here for Greenlight. Okay, Isaiah Walters coming out of the game. Ben Risotto coming in. Just waiting for the Heat to tuck some tops in here. They split out of the line. And here's number 45 going up for the shot. That's off the mark. The rebound, though, by Benjamin Beadle. And he does get the 2 points. So the score is now 6-7 in favour of the Heat. Jack Rodder for 3. Missing the free throws early, but stand still, step into the 3-point shot, and he nails that one comfortably. Greenlight now up 9-7. Fast break not converted by Greenlight there, and the Heat push it back at the other way. That was Kirsch with the ball there. Kershey on the back of his top, number 17. And then the outlet to Tom Herbert for 3 points to put the Heat back in front. A beautiful stroke there from the young forward. And then here is Innes in the corner. That one's slightly off the mark, and the Heat run it back the other way. Fast-paced game here at the moment. That's probably going to be charged. No. It's called as a blocking foul on Davida Nasty. It was deemed that he didn't have his feet set quite in time. A little bit unlucky there. Spin with, and there's another, it's foul, it's a travel, it's something. We're going with the travel. We're going with the travel on Tom Herbert, who's a little bit groggy after that one. probably not one that I want to force through again, at least not in the too brief a future. 3-point shot was up there from Ben Rossetto, but that was off the mark, and the Heat go back the other way as they look to extend upon their 1-point lead. We've got a foul on the play here, which is on number 45, I believe, which is Dion Coliopi. Okay. We've got Davida Nasty coming out of the game, and into the game for Greenlight is Ash Rawlinson. Immediately puts it on the floor, but turns it over, but the Greenlight get the ball back here again. Rotto would go for another 3-pointer. That one's not quite on the money. Greenlight had good popularity on the boards there, but the Heat were able to come up with it. They go over the top, looking for the inside hoop, which they don't quite get from Tom Herbert. And here's Lincoln Munford coming back the other way for Greenlight. Okay, turnover though, again. Might be a counter turnover. A lot of turnovers here. All of a sudden, it's been a fast-paced game. Some good skills, some good rebounding, some good defense. But there's also been a few plays where some players would like to have their time again to perhaps make a different decision or execute the skill in a little bit more of an effective manner. Here's Lincoln Mumford going at it again. He gets rejected, almost a double rejection there. Kirsch is going in transition. He's not afraid to push the pace. Goes up the right hand on the left side. Doesn't get the drop. Lincoln Mumford in transition now, and he throws down the dunk. So one moment he's getting blocked, and the next moment he's slam dunking. So how about that for a fight back from the big fella? Fair bit of athleticism there. Heat round the outside. Kirsch has been involved in a lot of the plays, as is Herbert. It's the Heat with another offensive rebound, and they push the ball away the other side. The 3-point shot was off the money from Vanden Heuvel. Okay, and here's Jack Rodder just gliding up the court, looking to make a play. Ooh, little unlucky, but Vanden Heuvel acknowledges that he did commit the foul there. He was put on a bit of an island against Jack Rodder, and he did a fairly good job, but not able to do so without committing the foul. Here's Lincoln Mumford in the post now. They reach in on him. They're looking for the triple team, and the triple team works. Vanden Heuvel ahead of the play, and the shot goes up. It doesn't finish. They do get the rebound, though. So it was Dion Coliopi who missed the initial shot, but Ryan Manuel was able to butter up with the offensive rebound and draw a foul. So he will go to the line for 2 shots. The foul there is called, I believe it's on Ben Rossetto. We have a timeout here, our first of the game. Greenlight currently up 11-10 with 10:38 to go in the first half. Of course, this matchup featuring some of our finest youth that we've got running around in South Australia. It's an opportunity to impress the scouts, or quite simply whoever is watching. Maybe they can progress to an NBL 1 Central Reserves level, maybe further pathways as well. Some good talent on the show. Be good to see some of this in the New Year Classic in WA in 2026 as well, if we can get everybody there. Promises to be a great carnival. Of course, whether it suits everybody to be able to go over there. We did have a big SA representation in Victoria last year, and we had a little bit in Tasmania the year before, and of course, who can forget the SA Carnival that was held here in 2023. But it will be Perth's turn next year, and now are looking to make it the best of the best. So 2 free throws here now for Ryan Manuel. Nails the first. Ties it up. And the second. Nope, no score. Violation on the shooter. That's 1 point wide. It's off. You can hear that very clearly from the referee there. Here's Daniel Ennis with the ball. Takes it left, looks for the runner, and it's off the back of the rim. He could get his own rebound, no, not quite. Okay, here's Nathaniel Kirsch. He's someone who's really looking to push the play, and this time he gets some reward for his effort as he gets the 2 points. He gets to the free throw line, chance for an extra. It's another foul on Jack Rodder as well, so that's something that they are going to have to watch here, Greenlight. Kirsch perhaps been the dynamic player in this game so far, sort of standing out with his ability to push the pace up the court. It's been a fairly, I wouldn't say a slow game so far, but reasonably methodical, reasonably steady pace, but he's the one who's been able to create some quick looks for the Heat, and here he is with a rebound, and he's going for it again every time. But now we have a foul here, which is on Daniel Ennis. Okay, and that was drawn by Kirsch, so he's putting a lot of pressure on Greenlight at the moment. Now Kirsch does have the ball as the point guard, and he hands it off here to number 10, which is Jai Modra. First time I've called his name today. Vanden Heuvel, it's a travel from the referee, who was furthest away from the play too. Go Innes inside, and Greenlight, they get the bank shot through Lincoln Mumford, who's had a really good start to the game today. Okay, and there's Vanden Heuvel, I should say, three-pointer. VDH. Okay, it's cross court. Oh, no foul call. There was a lot of contact on that play there. But referee James Bruce has given it as the Heat's ball, as Ash Rawlinson went falling to the floor for Greenlight. Oh, and then a call at the other end. So maybe Greenlight getting the rough end of the whistle here at the moment. It's another foul on Daniel Ennis. And it will be a timeout coming for Greenlight, not even 3 minutes after the last one that was called in this game. So we currently got the Heat on 17 and Greenlight on 13, and something to watch for. The Heat just with the 3 fouls called on them so far, whereas Greenlight have doubled that with a total of 6. Here we are. Heat at the free throw line, out of the timeout. Jordan Vanden Heuvel, 2 shots. First is good. And second, not so good. Almost a rebound, maybe a rebound. No, not quite a rebound. Greenlight do get it through Ash Rawlinson. In the end, here's Innes. Putting on the floor, going left again. And here comes the shot. And we do have a foul called on the Heat. So Ben Rosetto will go to the free throw line. And foul is on red 1, which is Tom Herbert. And he will be one of those subbed out now. So it'll be Herbert and Kirsch going to the bench, who perhaps been the two standouts for the Heat so far. See how they go with those two off the floor, as the first free throw is good for Greenlight. Takes them up to 14 points compared to the 18 that the Heat have on the board. It's rebounded by the Heat, who looked to push up.
What's that, Ash?
Stay with it, Ash.
What's that, Ash? What's that?
Loose ball recovered by the Heat. Forcing it in there, almost stolen. And we have another trouble on the Heat. It's been a bit of an Achilles heel for them so far, is the travel turnover. We do have some subs coming this way. Innes is one of them out of the game. Rosetto, Rawlinson.
Someone's calling that beeping that.
Mum.
That's it.
No, Rawlinson's not going to bench. It's a bit of a deep bench that Greenlight have got, though. 8 players total. Here we go. And the score is there and good from Jack Rodder. He's one of the players who just came back into the game. And following a bit of a rest and some refreshment, he's able to get on the scoreboard. It's just a 2-point game. And it's still a 2-point game, but rebounded by the Heat. Greenlight have got to watch that. The Heat are getting on the boards, and Ron Manuel basically threw it to himself then so he could go get it in a better position and put it in to double the Heat's lead. That's the first time there are no Zacharias Walters attacked the hoop, got blocked, and now there's a foul in transition, and the foul is on number 19, which is Isaiah Walters. Okay, yeah, so Zachariah Walters, yeah, the other Walters, couple of Walters out on the floor there for Greenlight together at the moment. Zach got blocked at the other end. Here we go, Vanden Heuvel inside, and the finish is good from Benjamin Beadle. And the bigs from the Heat are having their own way inside at the moment as they're able to get the lead out to 6 points. Jack Rodder, though, with a step-back fadeaway. And we can see why he is Greenlight's top scorer quite comfortably, 16.8 per game, and it looks like he might better that by a little bit today, the way that he's playing. Now he has the steal. He pushes it in transition. Heat are out of position. Not sure how he didn't get a foul called on that one. In the end, bit of an air ball. Maybe things will work out his way. No, misses the layup, and this time finally he gets, so not having it all his way, but he does get the 2 points that he wanted initially, and it's back to a 2-point game, 22-20. And there's a 3-point shot on the counter from Nathaniel Kirch back on the floor, and he's been outstanding for the Heat.
Cheers. Thank you.
We're going to have a charging call here, and it's on number 9. Another charging foul on Greenlight that goes against Davida Nasty. Zachariah Walters coming back out of the game along with Ash Rawlinson. We've got Innes back in the game to control the play. So it looks like Greenlight is in a 2-3 zone at the moment, with Lincoln Mumford patrolling the paint. But we have another 3-pointer here from Jordan Vanden Heuvel, and the Heat are really starting to hurt Greenlight from the outside. Greenlight did get the 1-3 early through Jack Rodder, but the Heat are dominating from the perimeter now. So they've been dominating inside, then taking it outside and taking over the game. Now Lincoln Mumford on the inside, and that is a really important basket for Greenlight. If Heat were able to secure the rebound, they would have had a chance to blow it out to double figures. But now their 8-point lead is going to be down to 6, I believe. 2 points good, yes. 1 shot for Lincoln Mumford. So this is a chance for them to get it back to 5 points. And it feels like the Heat are on the verge of blowing this game out of the water. So this would be a really handy point. He does miss the free throw, and it's back to 6 with Nathaniel Kirsch, of all people, grabbing the rebound and pushing the pace again. Just really brilliant to see the way this young man is playing. Daniel Enos, great effort, but out of court. So Kirsch will inbound the ball for the Heat. It goes back to him from the inbound, wide open 3, another one. That's 3 in a row that the Heat have buried from the outside. And I think Greenlight have got to switch up their defense. The 2-3 just isn't working, whether it's getting pounded on the board inside or getting shot at from the perimeter. Who's the call going to be here? It's going to be a Heat turnover after they just won the ball back. And Greenlight basketball going the other way. Lots of physicality in this game as seen by the foul count of 5-8, but it feels like there's also been a bit let go that maybe could have been called as well. And we're going to have an out of court now as Kirsch deflects it off of Mumford and gets the ball back for his team. He's just playing a terrific all-round game at the moment, and Greenlight haven't quite figured him out yet. Here he's with a nice pass. The ball goes inside. They're looking to break the trend of 3-pointers, but now they go for another 3. And on the broken play, Jordan Van Heuvel, well, Greenlight just can't stop the Heat no matter what. Yeah. Here they go. They put it on the floor, and it just feels a little bit... Ooh. That is a foul called against Greenlight, and I believe the Heat are going to go to the foul line now, which they will for 2 shots, and it's going to be Dion Coliopi who's taking them, and this will see us to halftime. This is a chance to build on what is a 12-point lead, and it could be further. Greenlight talking to each other outside it as a free throw is missed. They might want to get in for the rebound just quickly. Not a lot of time left in the half, and it'll probably see us through. But if they hadn't lined up there, there could have been some trouble for them. And right on halftime, we have a miss. 12-point game with the Heat leading Greenlight 34-22. There's been some physicality. There's been some turnovers. There's been some good individual play. But the Heat's ability to spread the floor, knock down perimeter shots, but also get on the glass and finish off with some second and third chance opportunities has seen them out to a nice 12-point lead. A lot to improve from a Greenlight point of view in the second half. Definitely need to get the ball through some more sets of hands rather than having individuals just trying to take it to the hoop. Some potential there, especially with the ability of Jack Rodder, but if the game continues the way it is with the Heat pushing the pace in transition and working really well together as a team, it's going to be very difficult for Greenlight to get back into this game.
Supported by LIFE FM Adelaide, SA Church Basketball Livestream. We are more than basketball, bringing you today's broadcast of community, faith and basketball.
Great sportsmanship there from Okawelu, and got the steal as well. Unbelievable. But if you can do both, that's amazing. Deserves to finish. That is more than basketball.
Welcome back to the second half of the Youth Men's Grand Final between the Hope Valley Heat and Greenlight. Greenlight with a lot of work to do. They're trailing 22-34. Jack Rodder has 11 points for them so far, and Lincoln Mumford with 8. On the other hand, Jordan Van Heuvel with some terrific outside shooting is the top scorer in the game with 13 points. Nathaniel Kirsch, though, has probably been the outstanding two-way player of the first half and has 9 points. We do have a foul on Mumford here, so the Heat will get the ball from the baseline. Greenlight, of course, started well and were in front early in the game, but then the Heat took over, and this is one of the big reasons why is Ryan Manuel getting on the boards and being able to put it back in. It's been rare to see the Heat miss a shot from outside, but when they have, Greenlight haven't been able to make the most of it. Though they do get an offensive rebound of their own. Here's Innes. He can't quite get the finish. This time the Heat get the rebound. So a lot of offensive rebounds in the game, but the style is just favouring the Heat at the moment. Oh, Kirsch just completely lost it there, did he? Well, maybe that was a pass. He could claim it because number 1, Tom Herbert, has got on the, well, it's not exactly the boards because it was just thrown up in the air. Either way, he has finished. Then at the other end, we had Lincoln Mumford with, well, would we call it a dunk? I'm not sure. But either way, the ball went through the hoop after he was trying to dunk it. So we'll give him the benefit of the doubt and let him have 2 points. Here's Kirsch for another 3, not quite. Are the Heat going to get another O board? Maybe. There was some contact on the rebound. Now Greenlight in transition. Can they... I don't know what I would call on that play, but it went up near the hoop and the Heat were able to get the rebound. Herbert taking it out the defense, and it didn't look like the right shot selection, but he made it work, and the Heat are out to a 40-24 lead now as Jack Rodder pushing it. Somehow manages to control the ball, somehow manages to control his feet, and against tough defense, puts in for 2, and boy did Greenlight really need that one. Heat almost sent it over, they do. Here's Innes in transition now, the Heat almost ran the ball back. Innes with a left-hand layup gets it to make it a 12-point game.
Next sub, ref.
Early sub coming from Greenlight in a moment. Jack Rodder trying to get the steal, instead gets the foul. Ben Rossetto very eager to get back into the game, just has to wait a little while. And it is Isaiah Walters who's coming out. Okay. They go inside. They could have gone out. They go in. Oh, a lot of contact on the play both ways. Now Kirsch in transition is a little bit too much of a clear foul, but at the very least it does hold up the play and makes Greenlight take the ball out from their backcourt, and it'll be inbounded by Davida Nasty. And over to Rossetto. A lot of Italian-sounding names in the Greenlight team. Is Innes fast for 3. It did look good, but not able to drop. Here's the Heat in transition. Van Heuven has been a problem as he crosses the court. Manuel taking his time, almost able to get the finish, then competes on the boards and forces another second chance opportunity. So even when he's not gloving them in the jukes, he's still able to create some extra opportunities for his team. Here's Van Heuven around. Here's Kirsch for another 3. Not quite that time, and we have got a foul on the play, and this one is on number 1, Tom Herbert. Foul-wise, Davida Nasty does have the 3 at the moment, so he's the leading fouler in the game right now. And he makes a move to the hoop, doesn't get a foul call, but on the rebound, there is a player who does draw the foul, and that's Ben Rossetto. So for all the good work the Heat have been doing on the offensive boards, they have given up a few to Greenlight, and that's been one of the better sources of offense for Greenlight so far. We do have a timeout from the Heat, and perhaps that's what they're going to talk about right now, is the way that Greenlight are attacking the boards and giving themselves a chance to stay in the game, even though they've been outplayed for the majority of the match.
was a great call down there. I'm like, oh. Nice work. Secure that ball.
I did mention about Greenlight having the deep bench earlier, but it's actually the Heat who have 9 players on their list for today's game. Be interesting to see how they go rebounding out of the timeout, depending, of course, on how the free throws go for Ben Rossetto. He's at the line for 2 with a chance to cut it to 10. First is good. And the second's good too, so no need for rebounds for either team there. Heat come back the other way. Little 6-0 run for Greenlight, who having their best burst in a while. They give up the 3-point shot. The Heat moving the ball really well on this play, though. It's going to be tough for Greenlight to stop him. And Tom Herbert has come out in the second half and been a bit of a menace. So after Kirsch and Van den Heuven had the strong play in the first half, Herbert's been able to get a couple of hoops in the second, and it's just been a really good team effort from the Heat today, whereas Greenlight clearly relying on some star power from Jack Rodder and maybe a little bit from Lincoln Mumford as well. Innes, of course, one of their top scorers, but hasn't had the best game so far. Rodder on cue with the pull-up and gets the shooter's touch. 10-point game again. Bounce pass. Inside it goes. And what do you know? Tom Herbert, again, really come to life in the second half after being solid in the first. 3-point shot now, and not quite. Not quite from Ben Rossetto's good look, but it didn't go down this time. The Heat are able to get the defensive rebound, so that's a big one. Their first opportunity to do it since the timeout. They make sure they can. They do it. Kirsch is blocked on a 3, so that's the second one in the second half where he hasn't actually hit the ring. Now we've got an out of court, and it's called off of Kirsch. So it'll be Greenlight going back the other way. Maybe another chance to get it back to single figures after the missed 3-pointer. They do take the 3, and this one's not good. But the Heat going after it, and Herbert did a great save. He actually got it onto the hand of Jordan Van den Heuvel, but the ball had a bit too much heat on it, and it's out of bounds and Greenlight's basketball. Rodder looking to take over here up the top. He draws a foul, and it's on number 10, Jai Modra. We had a Jarman out running around earlier today, and now we've got a Modra. So a bit of traditional South Australian flavour on our basketball courts. And it's going to be a travel call there on Lincoln Mumford. We've seen how dominant he can be when he's right under the hoop, but a little bit further out, trying to do a little bit too much. Turnover Greenlight, as we've seen a bit today. But now Tom Herbert with the travel at the other end. So this game, we've seen a lot of travelling for sure. Both teams had to travel to get here today, but they're still in motion out on the court, and they've got to be able to put the ball on the floor before they take those couple of steps. Now Lincoln Mumford getting the step-back jumper to go. It's been a good avenue for points today for Greenlight, and they are within 10. It is gettable, and they're starting to play some better basketball, although the Heat for sure have not completely let up. It's only a 2-point shot. It was another perimeter shot from Nathaniel Kirsch, who, despite missing a couple, is not afraid to keep shooting it. And why wouldn't you with a stroke like that? Not quite a 3-pointer, but he does manage to knock it down, keep it at 12 points. Well, look, bit unlucky Greenlight not to get a foul call and not to get the roll on that layup, though they may score. No, another miss. Rossetto unable to get the points after it looked like he'd been set up perfectly. And now we have a foul the other way. Let's see what they're calling here. Don't think it's actually a shooting foul. Let's see what we've got. We've got a foul on red 17, which would be Nathaniel Kirsch. So, Greenlight basketball. 12-point game. Feels like we've been here a little bit. Let's see if they can get a couple of baskets in a row, or whether the Heat can get a couple of stops in a row and maybe turn the game around. No, what are we? Wow. We've got a foul here for a block on number 30, which is Benjamin Beadle. Jack Rodder also made the shot, and it's going to count. So 2 points, and here's a chance to get it to 9. This would be the closest they've been in a long time. Big shot. Good shot. 9-point game. Okay, this is a big possession. Greenlight need a stop. They get a stop. It's an offensive foul. The Greenlight have had a couple of those called on them today, but now Tom Herbert has picked up the offensive foul. This is probably the biggest play of the game so far, as Greenlight have the chance to get it down to 6 or 7 points. There it is, it's 7. Jack Rodder crossing over, crossing back, nailing the jumper. He's heating up. And now it's the Heat who've gone cold until another three-pointer from Jordan Van Den Heuven. Most coaches would prefer a few more passes in the offense rather than one pass shot. When you've got a guy who can shoot the ball like that and he gets a clean look, he's just got to take it. He did. He made it. And now we're at 10 points again.
Is that 2 shots as well? 8 fouls?
That's 18 fouls now on the Heat. So Lincoln Mumford's going to go to the line for 2 to get back 2 of those points. Has a chance to get it to an 8-point game after it was 7 just a moment ago. So, yeah, every time the Heat commit a defensive foul now, Greenlight are going to go to the foul line. So a bit lopsided with the foul count in this half. Greenlight able to make the most of it on the first play through Lincoln Mumford. Between him and Jack Rodder, that's really been their biggest source of offense so far, but they're starting to get a bit of ball movement. They're starting to get better looks than what they were having late in that second half. The flow of the game's better. It's tightened up. But the Heat have been able to hit a couple of big perimeter shots in this half. And there is another one. I believe that is called a long 2. And it is from Tom Herbert, who's been big for us here. No, not a long 2. It is a 3-point shot. So we did have a pause to confirm that. Greenlight will go back to the baseline to inbound the ball, but they do lose a little bit of valuable time due to the confirmation. Rodder goes to Rossetto, who almost draws a foul. Suddenly thought that he did. Now coming back the other way, the Heat. Can they get another big hoop? They can, and Herbert has really taken over this game for them in the second half. Has had a couple of fouls and a couple of turnovers, but he has been huge. Gets a block on that play. Rossetto goes up and puts it in. They really needed that one because after getting it down to 7 points, it bounced back out to 13. It's now 54-43 in favour of the Hope Valley Heat. 3-pointer from Van Den Heuven. That one is short, a rare miss for him. Rodder with a nice pass into transition, and Innes gets another layup as he's starting to get going now. Clearly a right-hander, as we can see with that footwork, but the left-hand layups are still being added to the scoreboard. It's now a 9-point game, 54-45. Kirsch takes another 3. That's off the mark. Mumford with the rebound to Rodder, and here go Greenlight. What's Rodder going to do? He's going to go for the 6-point game. Nope, off the mark. It was a good look, probably the right shot to take, but the Heat in transition. Kirsch just going at it again, hitting the backboard. His pace was pivotal in the first half, but it hasn't quite worked for him in the second, and now he picks up a foul going the other way, and Greenlight are going to get another 2 free throws. Kirsch is, in fact, going to take a rest after busting his guts for the heat. We've also got Benjamin Beadle coming to the bench. And Rosetto is starting to get in the game as well now for Greenlight, and he's got the chance to cut the margin first to 8 points and then to 7. He does nail it. Some good free throw shooting from Greenlight in this half. It's been really pivotal to them to making a comeback. Of course, the Heat were out to a 16-point lead, but Greenlight have fought back. They've started to play better as a team. They've been drawing a lot of fouls, and it's just a 7-point game. All of a sudden, could the Heat be a little bit nervous here? They don't look too nervous. Actually, Kirsch is staying on the court. Vandenhuven, he's been excellent, and he draws a foul, a rare foul on Greenlight this half. It's just their third team foul. Just had his hand in the cookie jar, did Innes. So a timeout coming now for Greenlight. Innes picks up the foul, so Vandenhuven will be shooting free throws after the timeout. The clock has not stopped yet. It has now at 5:39. Back in action now. 2 free throws to come from Jordan Vandenhuven. First is good. 8-point game again. Greenlight just haven't been able to get it closer than within 7, within 3 possessions. Not yet anyway. Played some good basketball this half. The Heat are going to have to watch their fouls. Vandenhuven makes the second. Been pretty much automatic with his shooting from wherever he's taken him today. Innes looks for Mumford, and they have said that Mumford touched. That's the second time today where a Heat player has deflected the ball onto Mumford and out of court to win it back. Greenland's turnovers have really hurt. They have cleaned it up a bit here in the second half, but that was a vital moment to not turn the ball over, especially coming out of a timeout as well. Not the best result. Herbert with an offensive rebound again. Here's another opportunity, and it is put in by Dion Coliope, but you could see there with Herbert and also Aaron Vismeg in the game, they really attacked the ball strongly, and that opened up a second opportunity for a guard. Mumford now with the ball. He's been really good when he has had the ball. It's just a matter of getting it to him in the right spot today. It's 9 points the difference. Herbert gets blocked by Mumford. Transition opportunity here for Innes. Goes behind the back, takes on Kirsch, and finishes on the right hand to make it 7 points again. And you just feel, I said it earlier, that it was probably the biggest possession of the game. Perhaps this one is now. It's getting later. Vandenhuven for another 3. This one misses. Or the dumb pass inside. This time it was Coliope setting up Herbert rather than the other way around. And Herbert is able to score again and has really been the dynamic player for the Heat in this second half. Meanwhile, Jack Rodder, he's still flashing by and he's able to get a lap. It's 7 points again. We keep going back and forth between 7 and 9 now. We were doing it with the 10 to 12 points for a little while there. Another foul here called on Greenlight. 18 fouls to 4. 3 3/4 minutes to go. 7-point game. What do the Heat do here? Kirsch puts it on the floor. He's looking for Koliopi, who's had some big moments late. Doesn't get that short-range shot to go. Here's Enos in transition. Oh, that looked like a lot of contact there from Koliopi, and this time he does get the call. Enos did end up hooking him, but the initial contact was made on a couple of occasions by Koliopi. The referee caught the second one. Enos is going to the free throw line for 2 shots, and this is Greenlight's best opportunity to make a game for it. First is good. It's 6 points. It's 2-possession game, and this is the closest that Greenlight have been since very early in the first half. Second is good too. It's a 5-point game. They've really lifted their team play in the second half, while it's been the Heat who've looked a bit awkward, not necessarily selfish, but that's a good look from Vanden Heumann. They're still trying to play within the flow of the game, the Heat. They're still getting offensive rebounds, which is a problem from Greenlight. Herbert attacks the rim. There was a foul called, but it travelled first. It's going to be Greenlight's possession. Just a little bit more individual play creeping in for the Heat now, who have called a timeout. Will perhaps address that there. Meanwhile, Greenlight starting to use their teammates a bit better. And really, in each half, it's been the team who's moved the ball better and played together as a unit. In the first half, the Heat did a great job of that, but they've become a little bit more reliant on certain individuals here in the second half. Meanwhile, Greenlight have flexed their muscles. They're sharing the ball a bit more. They're drawing a lot of fouls. And after getting it down to 5 points, they now have the opportunity to get it to 2 or 3. And this one could go down to the wire after it looked like the Heat had the game well and truly in hand when they were up by 16 points. That timeout for the Heat, that also burns their last timeout. Greenlight still have one in their back pocket in the position that they're in. They probably want to be waiting for the last few seconds to use it because they may very well need to advance the ball at some point. As well as they played in the second half, the Heat is still up 5, and if the Heat can get a stop here, that will be a big result with 2:28 to go in the contest. Jack Rodder taking his time. Now he lifts the pace. He's going to drive it in. Takes on the defense. The floater is up. It airballs, and the Heat do get the stop. Koliopi in transition takes it, misses it, and I reckon he was out of court there. He was just before being rejected by Ben Rosetto. Greenlight pretty happy with that one. Let's see what they do on this play. I reckon after Rodder missed the last one, they might look for Lincoln Mumford. Here he is. No, they can't quite. It's been a problem for him today. He's been great when he's got the ball, but at times they just haven't been able to get it to him, and that's at least 3 turnovers now, which could have been avoided. However, Greenlight will get the ball back again after an 8-second violation on the Heat. That's the first one of that sort we've seen today. Lots of turnovers here. 1:46 to go in the contest. Can somebody get the ball up and onto the rim? Jack Rodder's definitely trying, and a double block there. It deflects out of court. Greenlight will have another possession though. Rodder not quite able to get the shots that he wants. I think Greenlight just got to get the ball to Mumford, but they've got to make sure they do it without it being deflected and stolen. Here's Innes with a short range. That almost drops. That was a great look. Probably not the shot we were expecting. Vanden Heumann in transition, and a big, heavy foul there on the play. And that will be called on Jack Rodder, and Vanden Heumann will go to the line for 2 free throws. One big free throw from Vanden Heumann to make it a 6-point game, 93 seconds left. So we're into double digits remaining in terms of seconds. The second shot is also good. Nothing but net. 2 big free throws there Greenlight may have missed their chance with that last look by Innes that didn't quite drop. Here's Rodder going at the hoop again, and he's going to be called for a charge. It's the last 3 plays where he's taken to the hoop and he hasn't even got the ball in the rim. Sometimes the trouble with these sorts of games, after you played a team a few times, as good a player as you are, the other team learns who you are and what you're up to. Rodder has just picked up his 5th foul as well, a couple of them being charging fouls. And it's going to be interesting to see what Greenlight do with him on the bench. He's been well held in the latter part of the game, and a big reason why the Heat have been able to maintain a lead despite Greenlight coming at them. Kirsch has the ball here, back turns. What do they look for? Coliopi with a mid-range jumper, and that will just about seal it. This is the very, very last chance for Greenlight here. They probably need a 3-ball. Innes will take it, and again, hits the back of the rim. Just hasn't quite been his day today. Had a couple of good looks that haven't gone down late in the game, and as a result of that, the Heat should see it out from here. Here's Kirsch to Coliopi, who's really come alive late in this contest. It's been interesting the way Vandenhoeven and Kirsch carried in the first half as Vandenhoeven gets picked up for the trouble, and then in the second half, it's really been Herbert and in the early part of the half, and then Coliopi has hit a couple of big shots to help maintain the Heat's lead. Let's see what Greenlight can do here. They look for the outside shot. Ben Rossetto, that looks good, but it's off the rim again, and the Heat should be able to hold it up here. Herbert with the basketball, grabbing the rebound, bringing it up. We've got a foul called on the play as he was releasing it to Vandenhoeven. As a result, it's going to be Heat possession. We do have a sub coming here for the Heat. And Herbert, Tom Herbert that is, he's going to the bench. And he's being replaced by Ben Herbert. So a Herbert for a Herbert. Here's Kirsch with the ball. Ben Herbert with a 3-point shot, playing a little bit different to his brother there. And there's another offensive rebound and put by Manuel. Not the most dynamic player in the side, but he's certainly more than played his part and given the Heat some huge second chance opportunities to help them get back out to an 11-point lead with 7.5 seconds to go. Foul is committed to put Lincoln Mumford at the free throw line. So this is an opportunity to make sure for Greenlight it's a single-digit game today, reflecting what's been a great second half from them, but they just fell behind a little bit too much to be able to get over the top. They were definitely in a strong position. They had the chance to make it a single-digit game multiple times, but things didn't go their way. The mountain can climb was just a little bit too high for them in the end, because they basically had to go mistake-proof the rest of the game. Mumford splits the free throws. It's going to be a 10-point game as Coliopi passes across to Kirsch to see out the game. Congratulations to the Hope Valley Heat on a 10-point win over Greenlight Black, 66-56. In terms of player of the game, there's been a lot of outstanding contributors to the game, but what really impressed me was the up-tempo pace of Nathaniel Kirsch in the first half, so I may just give him the chocolates for today. It's been a pleasure doing commentary for 4 straight games today. I'm James White. Thank you for listening in and watching along so long, and look forward to next season.
Supported by LIFE FM Adelaide, SA Church Basketball Livestream. We are more than basketball, bringing you today's broadcast of community, faith and basketball.
Great sportsmanship there from Okawelu, and got the steal as well. Unbelievable. But if you can do both, that's amazing. Deserves to finish that. He's more than basketball.
Supported by LIFE FM Adelaide, SA Church Basketball live stream. We are more than basketball, bringing you today's broadcast of community, faith and basketball.
Great sportsmanship there from Okawelu, and got the steal as well. Unbelievable. What you do, boys? That's amazing. Deserves to finish that. Is more than basketball.